Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is face reveal Black Hole. Oh shit! Whoa! Whoa! Wow!
That was fire.
Hello.
Wow! I really thought you were making fun of that one person who wanted you to face reveal. Wow. 10 out of 10. Also, it's going to be really hard to lift that up, but our resident leprechaun is here.
Hi, I'm Reese.
Green line.
Hi, I've got nothing on that shit. What the?
Holy shit.
We're bringing VTuber models into this.
Wow.
Huh.
Nice to see you on the street.
Yes, this is my home.
Wow.
I didn't have time to make a background, so you know.
Well, it's stellar. Okay. Holy cow. I don't even know where to begin now. It took me by surprise. Yeah, so first I want to apologize. We did not do a show last podcast. Jesus Christ.
Yes, last night. We didn't do a podcast last night.
I didn't even get 3 minutes in before the strokes occurred. Yeah, we didn't do a show last night because I walked the dog with my wife before we start the show so that she doesn't have to do it alone. And so that it's like, hey, here's the last thing I'm going to do for you before you're on your own, right? And I have to do you have to do everything on your own while I host the show. My wife collapsed during the walk. And so not ideal, right? Obviously. She's doing better. Since yesterday. I stayed home from work today and I kept her in bed all day. So she got up about 2 hours ago, maybe 3. And she's doing better, but she's still like, so the way I describe it is she's doing better relative to last night, but she's not doing better relative to like 6 months ago. Like whatever she's dealing with is like, it's kicking her ass. Okay. So if you're the thoughts and prayers type, I do appreciate it. But the show must go on. So, oh, what an appropriate grim image right after I talked about that. Jeez. All right.
She was in bed all day today.
Yeah.
Now this is her.
Okay.
I'm just distracted by Randy looking around and like,
right.
so
This is going to be wonderful for the Clips channel, though. I'm thrilled that you've done this. So last podcast, he's like, I'm on the thumbnails now. Spider-Man reacts to lame articles that AC picked. So last podcast, somebody asked us if we were going to cover the Anime Feminist article on Lovely Complex. The answer is still no. No, we're gonna. I've got some highlights. I just kind of want to make a quick point. I read a bunch of articles about the Lovely Complex stuff that were written after we had already covered the general news about it, and literally, if we were to cover it again, it is them quoting the Patreon post we read in its entirety, and not actually adding anything new to the discussion other than they went on to say, quote, and followed it up with, quote, so there's no reason for us to have done it.
Great.
Right. I'm happy to have had the time to have read all the articles about it, except for the one after this one, and determined they were not necessary. However, I do want to look at something in this one. So Anime Feminist wrote a extensive post decrying Brendan Blaber, Jello Apocalypse, for his treatment of the dub, which I find hilarious because even Anime Feminist is feeling the sting of vocalization. So here's the part I want to highlight. One particularly telling line from the post comes after Blaber describes a plot beat where Risa falls asleep and her young coworker, Kazuki, tries to kiss her. Otani catches him and gets mad at both of them. Kazuki apologizes to both of them, and all is forgiven. Later, he tells Risa he has hard-to-get tickets to an exclusive performance by Umibozu, Risa's favorite singer, technically a rapper. Otani had declined to go to his last concert, Umibozu's last concert. I think this is supposed to, if I recall correctly, I've watched the show. Watched it for podcast 45. If I recall correctly, it is the farewell tour that he's doing, and he has to miss it, right? So Otani had declined to go to his last concert because he was studying for exams. So Risa agrees to go as friends with the guy who attempted to kiss her while she was asleep. Blaber describes this by saying, quote, Risa decides to go on a date with her assaulter out of pity, as if he can't fathom why she would make a choice like that. Dude, all was forgiven, like I said, right? So anyway, this is Caitlin Moore's words that we're reading here. This is her take, right? So to anyone willing to even try to understand Risa's motivations, to comprehend the series at all, I would think it's crystal clear. Risa is bored and lonely because her boyfriend is devoting all of his time to studying, to the point he won't even take a break for the first common interest they bonded over. Then her work friend asks her to go with him, and sure, maybe he has a crush on her, but she's made it clear to him that she loves her boyfriend, so it's going to be totally platonic. So she rationalizes away all her misgivings and hopes she won't get caught. It's pretty much the exact choice I would have made at her age. But because Blaber has zero interest in trying to understand the developmentally appropriate thought process of a teenage girl, he acts as if it was totally inscrutable. Inscrutable? Inscrutable. Okay. So, I just want to point out, this person really liked, so they go through this whole article decrying the mistreatment of Risa because Blaber wrote her canonically as a psychopath, as he put it, due to the fact that she is one, right? And so Caitlin Moore has a problem with that because she identifies with the decisions made by a psychopath. So I just find it funny that this individual's like, I would have gone with the guy. I made it clear I'm into my boyfriend. It's like, you're opening the door by going. Like, is this like not obvious to anyone? Like, of course you grew up to write for Anime Feminist. You think you should have your cake and eat it too. Oh yeah, I totally love my boyfriend. We're just gonna go as friends. The guy who tried to kiss you while you were asleep.
But do this trick in reverse. It doesn't work out so well.
There are some changes where even if Blaber's outright hatred of the series doesn't come through, they do reflect his and Lenti's belief that it needed to be fixed. These so-called fixes, for the most part, take the implicit and make it explicit. Risa tends to state the lessons she's learned instead of just making different choices, and spends a lot more time self-flagellating and apologizing to Otani. Any subtext any character growth that isn't stated clearly is totally eliminated. Compare the dialogue in a climactic scene when Risa is taking Otani to his entrance exam on her bicycle. So again, this is the entrance exam he was studying for, right? So, but you spent so much time, this is what the sub says, you spent so much time and sacrificed so much to study for this test. I don't want it to all be in vain. I don't care if you pass or fail. I just want you to give it your best shot. Please don't let all your hard work go to waste. This is the dub. You told me your dream and I laughed at you. I'm a terrible girlfriend. And now I have a chance to make it up to you. I'm going to support you no matter what it takes. In one plot arc, I feel like there's more that was supposed to be highlighted that isn't. Or hold on. So this comes shortly after Risa and Otani reconcile following her misstep with Kazuki. So this is literally right after, as I said, she goes to the concert without Otani, right? Instead of pouting about Otani not spending enough time with her, Risa is showing her support and change in outlook through acknowledging his hard work and helping him get to the exam no matter what it takes. Actually, what's happening is she is trying to get back into his good graces because he watched a guy attempt to kiss her while she was sleeping, showed that he did not agree with that and was very upset. She acted like it was nothing and made him forgive the other guy, only to then get caught going on a date with that guy to the concert that was supposed to be near and dear to Risa and Otani as the shared interest that they had. Okay? So that's actually what's happening. Now, I do agree that the sub line is much better than the dub line, but I just want to point out the amount of whitewashing and sanitizing going on by Caitlin Moore here. So instead of pouting about Otani not spending enough time with her, Risa is showing her support and changing outlook through acknowledging his hard work and helping him get to the exam, no matter what it takes. However, since people who wield the language of therapy and social justice for selfish purposes place great weight on apologies. Whoa, who? Anime feminist is saying this, right?
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. Are you finally learning why vocalization is dog shit? Oh my God. Also, I'm really glad that I had the wherewithal to notice that this was not highlighted because we would have missed the most important, literal only reason I'm sharing this. Risa must explicitly, because they put such great weight on apologies, Risa must explicitly acknowledge her own wrongdoing. Ironically, this makes the moment about herself instead of the repair work she's actually doing. Interesting. Repair work she's actually doing still sounds like it's kind of about her, doesn't it? In one plot arc, Risa develops a crush on a new teacher nicknamed Mighty, who looks like her favorite character in an Otome game as a way of coping with Otani's rejection. Her friend Nobuko hates him instantly. The two have this conversation about the matter. Quote from Risa. It might be easier to just fall for him, Nobu, over my dead body. I won't let you date an ice man. If only there were a continue option in real life, Nobu. That may have been poetry to you, but to me, it was gamer psychobabble. Scowling only makes you less appealing. The dub, however, adds a layer of didacticism where Nobuko lectures Risa about how it's unethical for teachers to date students. Risa, though maybe I should just go for him. Nobu, over my dead body, he's a teacher. I guess, but the teacher route is pretty common in visual novels. Oh, cool. But in real life, that's gross. And those video game boys of yours would go to jail. Pout at me all you want. You know I'm right. I would just like to point out once again that Anime Feminist has unironically decried vocalization. Like, literally all of this would be things that they would be cheering for. I promise you, if Brendan Blaber had not made the post, they'd have written an article praising the dub.
Right, and I wonder if he hadn't made the post, how many people would have actually noticed? the changes, you know?
Honestly, probably very few.
Because like who really, aside from us and some hardcore fans, buys Discotek stuff anyways? Like,
Yeah.
I'm talking about like the majority of anime fans who.
It's actually it's a pretty surprisingly popular
Series.
it's a surprisingly popular company. Discotek is.
Discotek.
Like it's not just because they market themselves as a boutique Blu-ray, kind of thing. But you'd be amazed to find just how many people are actually, part of the whole. Like they're in on the company and they support them. They have a huge following on Reddit. As I started following their subreddit. Anyway, so I'm looking for something off screen for a minute. Just give me 1 second. Nope, not there. How many podcasts ago was this?
I just wonder how many people would really notice the changes.
Yeah, so I was going to say that
and cried about them.
I don't think many, and I defend this dub, honestly, because I think that the show itself is pretty shit, right? But the dub actually, like, I'm kind of okay with the choices made from what I've seen so far. As I've said though, I do think that this line is much better than this one. I think that's going to occur, right? For our watch club this week, we're watching My Senpai is Annoying, and I noticed a few lines that I thought were better in the sub because a couple episodes I left the sub on, and without going into too much detail, there is the main character is into drawing in My Senpai is Annoying, and she recalls getting picked on when she first joined the art club by some bullies in her school, and the rationale given by the person who steps up to defend her is that she likes to draw. That's enough for wanting to be in the club, right? And then other people, those guys who bullied her, realize they were being such dicks and say, hey, we wanted to apologize for yesterday because we're in the baseball club and we both suck at it, but we like baseball.
Oh, okay.
Right? And then later on, the main girl, Futaba, she meets up with her friend Natsumi Kurobe, who is the one who saved her, and she makes a comment about her liking track and field, and in the dub, she just says track is the best or something like that. And in the sub, I'm looking right at it. The sub says, I like running. And it's like, bitch, that was significant. That was the theme. Like, I like to draw. We like baseball. I like to run. Like, that was, you broke
the lip flop probably wouldn't allow.
I know, but I'm just like, the limerick is ruined, or the haiku is ruined, right? Anyway, so I'm not going to find this thing quickly. I'll do it later. So anyway, so I think the dub could be better, but I just don't find it atrocious because it is not like, let me step back. What I mean by that is it's not egregious the way that Gamergate Creepshow is egregious, or the patriarchy line, which is so like jarring when that line comes up and
so far removed from the original.
Fucking doesn't make any sense. I got tired of those pesky patriarchal demands. So you caved? Like, literally the line actually defies the visual. Yeah. So it's not egregious, which is me pulling this aside to say, I don't think people would have noticed only because it's not egregious. And it's a show that most people who would actually care about, localization infiltrating anime wouldn't even notice, right? Because they're not probably even watching it, right? And if they did, it would be like, that was shit, like I thought it was going to be. I'm just supporting Discotek at this point, I'm referring to the show, not specifically the dub, but anyway. So Mighty was never a serious romantic prospect for her. He was just a crush. Again, Caitlin identifies with Psychopath Risa so heavily that she needs to justify. Mighty wasn't even a real romantic prospect. She's just a crush. Like, jeez. Don't you know teenage girls? We're crazy.
Yeah.
Psychopaths.
Thirsting after teachers.
Psychopaths even. Yeah. So he was just a crush to pass the time and distract her from the emotional pain of Otani refusing her advances. Entitlement, right? Like, shit, man. This is clear from the original dialogue when Risa mentions the continue option. However, the dub was written with the mentality that any problematic content must be explicitly addressed. I'm gonna knock over my drinks. I'll have to pick them up to fucking. God damn it! Are you hearing us, anime feminists? Holy shit! The dub was written with the mentality that any problematic content must be explicitly addressed.
You don't say.
Yeah. In case some young, impressionable viewer sees ... That's like /S for sarcasm. A teenage girl developing a crush on a teacher who doesn't even return her feelings? Wow. It's almost like fiction doesn't need to be like real life. Like, right?
Wow.
So anyway,
I'm so proud of Anime Feminist.
In case some young, impressionable viewer sees a teenage girl developing a crush on a teacher who doesn't even return her feelings, there's no faith in the audience to read between the lines, which reflects back on the inability of the person who wrote that conversation to read between the lines. Anyway, I think that's all I was planning to cover from here. The article's in the doc if you guys want to read it. God, she even looks like her. Oh, it's different anime. That's like reading an article I wrote about Lupin the Third and getting to the bottom, and it's my profile. Lupin the Third, right? Like, oh my god! All right. Anyway, so there is this other article here that we are going to read. Persona series English localizer decries recently fired lovely complex dub writer, not for bad work, but for proving culture warrior weirdos right. Anime Feminist just did that too. So I just want to point that out. like ding, ding, ding. So in further proving that the Western anime industry cares more about the huffing up their own in-group image than actually doing their jobs properly, prominent public-facing Japanese English localizer Katrina Leonidakis has declared that, like many, she is unhappy with the recent revelation that a now former lovely complex dub writer intentionally butchered the anime's entire narrative for ideological reasons. But unlike the masses, her issue lies not with the blatant disrespect to the original work, but the fact that the entire situation has given validation to... What's up?
That it got out.
Yeah, right. That has given... has got... I just can't think of anything but libs of TikTok, right? Like how mad people get that libs of TikTok literally just post the things that other people posted that they agree with. Like, no, stop, don't put them line, right? So, but unlike the masses, her issue lies not with the blatant disrespect to the original work, but the fact that the entire situation has given validation to the many criticisms of culture warrior weirdos, i.e., regular anime fans. As previously reported, following his publishing of a lengthy manifesto in which he bragged about how he definitely hated the series and went out of his way to alter its entire narrative from changing character personalities to turning a feminine from turning a feminine male into a transgender woman, Discotek fired lovely complex localizer Brendan Jello Apocalypse Blaber from their roster of in-house translators. Frankly, having the dub come out this good in the end is a little frustrating, bragged Blaber in the Patreon post which led to his firing. Anyone who watched the show as a kid and has fond memories of it and revisits the dub will think, wow, it's just as good as I remember. No, it isn't. We made it good. This show sucked. However, rather than condemn Blaber for his absolute failure to properly do his job, Leonidakis, who many may remember for either her work as a localization coordinator on the recent current-gen ports of Atlas's Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden, or for proudly boasting about how she ran roughshod over high-dicing the subtitles for My Life as Inukai-san's dog, instead chose to chastise him for giving ammo to the culture war weirdos who regularly chastise her industry's ideological graffiti. Is she also mad at Jamie Markey for the Gamergate Creepshow and Patriarchy line? Like, I mean, taking to Twitter on February 12th to share her opinion on the matter, the localizer began, quote, "Do I know it's in my best interest to not say anything about this bullshit? Yes. Is anything I write only going to be taken the wrong way by culture war weirdos? Obviously. So I'll say this. You aren't going to love everything you work on, but it's your job to do justice to the work and its audience and remain professional about it all." Quick sidestep. Katrina Leonidakis is an obnoxious cunt. However, I will give her props for backing down and saying the fans were right when it came to the Big Brother Nini line in Higurashi. So there's that. Okay? Give people credit where it's due. Just like when Lindsay Loveridge came out and said, look, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I kept this in. People in the industry are protecting Damon Mills and attacking his accuser, right? You got to give credit where it's due. So she goes on to say, and for fuck's sake, don't shit where you eat. You've hurt a lot of careers today. Further proving that she cared only about the realities of her industry being made public and not the fact that her peers as a whole have lost the plot when it comes to their jobs. Leonidakis then lamented, every time you give the culture war weirdos fuel, you make things worse for the people they harass. Unbelievable. Not only are you out of a job, said the localizer, but you've given them a brand new reason to send us death threats. Fuck, those death threats that have worked so well. It's so tiring, man, she continued. I just want to share my passion for translation theory and localization philosophy. Look, it is my passion to tell you how badly you suck at it, though. Right? Instead, I've just got to stay quiet, pretend nothing affects me, or that I don't care. Don't fight back. Don't look. Just smile and take it. I mean, this is the bed you guys made. Lie in it. I mean, sorry. I'm sorry that people were right about you. You know? But then someone has to fire back at them, Leonidakis then declared. Someone has to get the last word. Someone has to prove them they're wrong. And they all get new fodder to harass us all again. I grew up on 4chan. I watched them milk lol cows. I know how this shit works. Clearly you don't, because you grew up to be one. And now this? Really? She continued in her protestations. You know they're still using that single scene from the Dragon Maid dub nearly a decade later as a reason why we should all be lynched, right? What do you think they're going to do with this, idiot? So apparently Leonidakis is leading the charge on the pitchforks and torches to Brennan Blaver's house. Finally, bringing her thread to a close, Leonidakis concluded, anyways, I'm sure they'll be here shortly to tell me why I deserve to get hate or slurs or death threats because, checks the Fox News article, I translated Gyaru as a bimbo. I'm actually okay with that translation. Remember, localization comrades, bad choice of words, they don't give a shit about translation. She then disingenuously claimed, they just want to be mad at the libs. Well, there you have it. That's the article. I'm glad that I didn't read the other three that were just a requote. So real quick, I would like to say.
You think there's people in Japan who are like, man, don't watch the Japanese dub of The Simpsons. Like, the translation of like season 6, episode 3 was just so terrible. Like
when they called him Bart Coon, no. All right. So if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, there is the OCA podcast Patreon. There is also the Anime Collector Patreon. The difference is one of them charges you per video, but not live streams, not podcasts, and the other one charges you per month. So
I mean,
invest
honesty,
your funds as you will.
Never.
I will just say, Dogecoin is up 32%. So if you're feeling lucky, you get on that Patreon and you fund the Anime Collector channel. Also, there's many other ways to do it at ocapodcast.com/support. And to support your
Stop
own...
shaking your head.
To support your own intimacy, there's the Tenga code. What is our... shrsl.com/4ad6a. There we go. That's it.
Nice.
Let me try to copy the clean link. All right. Get yourself something nice. All right. So
you deserve it.
Yes, I would like to. I'm trying to find something on this other monitor here real quick. I think it couldn't have been that long ago. Holy fuck, when did we cover this? Okay, I'm just going to search it. Where's Safari? Oh, I closed Safari. Good job, mate. Read some comments.
Do you have it armed or just the shoulders and up?
I do not have arms.
Hmm.
We got...
So you're controlling your keyboard and mouse with your feet. Nice.
It's his dick, of course. All right. Oh, literally the one podcast before I stopped looking. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Never fails.
Let me answer some chats here. Fucking get out of here, bud. Why is there a picture of Vic behind you with shooting markers? Well, if you go 10 podcasts ago to podcast 238. No, 237. There it is. I would just remind you of this incident on Vic Mignogna's Twitter, where Jeff Johnson went to a shooting range and he took a shot at Vic in the shooting range. The end of this, you will see a get yours today. Supplies are limited. There you go. That's why, for the meme. All right. So let us jump into whatever the next thing is, which is not pickup. Okay.
Be sure to join our Discord.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I did post it as a... Yes, I did. Cool. Yeah, there you go. You can join our Discord that way. All right. So back into this. Let's look at some things here. So we got some follow-ups from last podcast. Anime producer Koichiro Ito faces new accusations of obscene acts with a minor for money. So previously we covered this. This was Your Name producer. Boy, I'm doing great here. This is the Your Name producer who attempted to buy nudes from a 15-year-old in a prefecture where his lawyer is going to have a very hard time convincing the judges it should be legal. So that was the separate charge. So 52-year-old anime producer Koichiro Ito, who was arrested in late February for allegedly soliciting a 15-year-old high school girl for nude photos, faces new accusations from Wakayama Prefectural Police. The authorities charged Ito on Friday with allegedly exchanging money knowingly with a 15-year-old girl he met on social media last November for obscene acts, including non-consensual sexual intercourse. The authorities charged Ito on Friday with allegedly exchanging money knowingly with a 15-year-old he met on social media for obscene acts.
non-consensual because they weren't of age.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I'm just thinking about it because, like,
I think it's like statutory rape.
No, I know, but it's like it's just the way they phrased it. It's like, all right, little girl, was it like $83 or something? Is that when we realized it came out to? No, wait. Oh, they got it right here. $133. Yeah, so it's like
I was gonna say at least give her 100. Come on.
Yeah, it's like here's $133. Now I'm gonna rape you. Like, what? Is that how that exchange works? She's like, she took the money. Like, it's like, wow, man. Anyway, so according to wait, hold on. According to investigators, Ito has admitted to the charge. There's no mistake. According to the Kyoto Shimbun newspaper, Ito allegedly met the girl on social media in July 2022, and in November 2023, paid her 20,000 yen. That's called grooming. Holy shit. Like, playing the long game here. It's like finding a 15-year-old girl on social media in 2022, spending a year and a half trying to get in her pants. So he paid her about $133 in cash to perform the obscene acts while knowing she was under 16 years of age. Ito was first arrested in late February for allegedly soliciting a 15-year-old high school girl living in Nagano for nude pictures of herself. Ito admitted to the charge, though according to authorities, he claimed that he had done it with other people, so he couldn't tell if it was this girl or not. It's like,
yeah, I've done it with other 15-year-olds.
It's like, we just need you to confess. It's like, listen, officer, I'd like to, but I'll need to see a picture of her coochie to know for sure. Ito allegedly paid the minor. Oh no, it was $83. Wow, fuck. How is my memory such shit tonight? And I can remember the dollar amount this guy's getting busted for. Ito allegedly paid the minor $83 in electronic money for the photo or photos, according to TBS News. The outlet also stated police found other videos and images on Ito's computer and are investigating them. According to the authorities, Ito asked the girl for the pictures in September 2021 with full knowledge that the girl was a minor at the time. Police said that Ito's alleged crime was discovered as a part of a different prostitution investigation. The police are investigating if there are any other victims that were involved with Ito. Ito has been a producer on many of director Makoto Shinkai's works, including his second film, The Place Promised in Our Early Days, Children Who Chase Lost Voices, and The Garden of Words, and his breakout hit, Your Name. And his following two films, so I'm going to all of them. Just fucking say, like, all the ones that fucking matter. Yeah, right? Like, so I find this really funny, actually, because if you had entrapment, right? Like, you had a bait girl, right? Like, so you have a police officer who's like 23, but she looks really young. She's playing like the 15-year-old, and you solicit nudes from her, and you get busted. It's like, I told you I was young. It's like, yeah, but you don't look young. And it's like, sorry, told you I was young. It's like, so does that mean that in the hentai, when they're like, I may look like a grade schooler, but I'm 27. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man.
Or a futaba from My Senpai is Annoying. Like, I just look like I'm 12.
Wait till you get to the beach scene.
I could have hired a prostitute who was, you know, like who had. I mean, a lot of Japanese women are just short. Like they look young. It's like he couldn't have done that.
Not Risa.
He couldn't have gotten that route. Like,
oh, you ever have that fucking pain right underneath your goddamn shoulder blade?
On occasion.
Sounds like a you problem.
Yep, it is a me problem.
Or like, you know, just what if he was just asking for feet pics? Like, could you imagine? Like, if he just wanted to.
Please, all I'm asking for is some photos of your feet. She's like, look, doc,
send him to jail,
officer. I only asked for feet pics. I didn't ask her to leave her coochie in the frame. Yeah. Your Honor, let the record show. All right, let's talk about this. Okay. I learned something interesting about the death penalty in Japan. You guys don't have the death penalty in Canada, do you?
Yeah.
That was the follow-up joke. No. Oh, that's right. The doctors are the executioner.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, so apparently in Japan, they have what's called the no warning death penalty. In the US, you spend every day counting down until your execution date. In Japan, they don't fucking tell you when it is. Just like the morning it occurs, they knock on the door and say, "You're dying today. Time to die, bitch." So I did highlight stuff, but mega ultra fail. It's not in here, so I'm just gonna not read it. But I will just look for. So when they did their survey, because Japan and America are the only group of 7, the G7 industrialized economies that still have the death penalty, according to this. So they said that of those who supported capital punishment in their survey, 57% said victims' families would never feel vindicated if it were scrapped. Meaning, if you don't kill the KyoAni arsonists,
what's the point?
Japanese ghosts will haunt you, right? So Alba,
I'm normally against the death penalty, but we know that guy did it, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so it's a very nuanced topic, and I think about the death penalty similar to how I think about abortion, right? I don't agree with abortion on a moral standpoint, but I also don't want to prohibit other people from doing it. You know what I mean? Like, I disagree with it from a moral standpoint, meaning that if I was in a situation, like my son wasn't planned, for example, like my wife and I were married, but we didn't, he was a happy accident. He
an accident.
And so, you know, when the pregnancy test comes back positive, it's like, all right, we're doing this. It's not
okay. Cool.
Oh, what are our options? You know what I mean? So for me personally, it's not a choice like I would ever go that direction with. But when it comes
the way you
to,
said it, though, you basically said I'm okay with murder as long as, or I'm not okay with murder unless it's someone else that's murdering.
That's 100% my stance on it. Is that there are 100% my stance on this is I am perfectly fine with abortion, and I would be 100% on board with, you know, celebrating everybody doing it if and only if they would acknowledge it's murder. Because I think that the problem with it is that because they couch it in such friendly language, I think that it fucks people over who do it and regret it later, you know? And I think that if we would acknowledge, because there's a lot of state-sanctioned murder and things that we as a society agree with. War, you know, the death penalty in the United States, right? Like there's a shit ton of that happening, right? In Canada, the euthanizing people as their healthcare plan, all that shit. Like there's a ton of sanctioned murder in society. And I'm just saying, like, I'm okay with it in the sense that, like, we aren't going to just cease doing it. And ceasing doing it also creates a ton of issues that are equally difficult to solve, right? And in fact, it actually takes the burden. It takes the burden away from the people onto society to solve, right? So when it comes to the death penalty, just saying, like, I don't really care, you know, from one way or another. I think that it is efficient from the perspective of I would rather put the guy to death, and let's just use Shinji Aoba, the KyoAni arsonist. I'd rather put the guy to death than have taxpayers keep him alive for the next 60 years. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But the point you appeared to be making was it seemed like in his case, we know he did it. Like it's practically on camera, right? Like we have absolute 100% certainty he's guilty.
Yeah.
Where the death penalty becomes a problem. Like nobody cares if you kill somebody who deserves it, right? As a society, nobody cares. Where it becomes a problem is when the person who didn't do it gets sentenced to death, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So,
which is why the death penalty should only be like 100%, like hand on the gun or whatever.
or the person admits to the crime. You know?
Right, yeah.
And it's like in some situations, yes, you're going to have those instances where the like the father or grandfather steps in to take the I was driving drunk at night, and it's like it was clearly the nephew or the son or whatever. But there are going to be instances where people take the fall. But I think largely the area where it matters is violent, manslaughter or I guess straight up murder, homicide, rather than manslaughter, right? So anyway, I don't want to get hung up on this, but I do want to read. I thought it was kind of interesting. So Alba, the KyoAni arsonist, can appeal against the sentence given by the Kyoto District Court, and the law stipulates that executions must be carried out within 6 months of a finalized verdict. However, in reality, most inmates are left on tenterhooks in solitary confinement for years and sometimes decades.
Oh, so they're just edging them. They're just edging.
Waiting for the day to come. Hanging has been Japan's sole execution method for around a century and a half. Convicts are led to the gallows blindfolded with their feet bound and hands cuffed. A trapdoor opens below them when several prison officers each push a button simultaneously in an adjacent room. No one is told which button triggers the deadly mechanism. I find it so fucking funny. Human psyche is so fragile, but also malleable to the point where in multiple different societies, people have solved the grief of killing a prisoner by just saying like, well, only one of the guns is loaded, and we don't know which one it is, so could have been any of us. You don't know for certain you murdered him. You don't know for certain that your button is the one that made him fall, right? It's like I just find it really funny, like that's all it takes to make it a daily activity, or I guess it's not daily. Not that many people are getting executed on a daily basis in Japan, right? Like,
that's what they're waiting for, like freaking decades. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. So the 3 death row prisoners sought an injunction against the hanging method in 2022, calling it cruel. Critics have argued that hanging is prone to botched executions and makes for a long, agonizing death. Oh, so sorry. The mass murderer is going to have a long, agonizing death.
Yeah.
That's probably about, what, a minute?
I mean, the best part about hanging are the death erections, right?
Do you think they spin a wheel? Do you think they spin a wheel for the to see how long they're gonna edge the guys out? Like, spin it.
That's the cruel and unusual part, is that they get the death boner that's like the strongest erection of their life, but their hands are cuffed and they can't do anything about it.
They can't do anything with it. They should put a strap right around their crotch, so they get it, but it's so they can't do anything, so it hurts.
What you're saying is you should lock him in a little cage.
Yeah, or something like that.
Jesus.
So
put him in a spiked Iron Maiden cage and hang them.
Do that for the sex predators.
Randy, turn around.
Can't enjoy your last one.
Oh, okay. Step out of the shadows. You're blackface over here.
So step out of the shadows of your well-lit alleyway.
Oh. The last hanging in July 2022. Can you make me one that's just my normal head, but instead it's like this?
And it's got a full head of hair.
Oh, damn. Like that? Yeah. Can you VTuber me, Daddy?
What the going rate for VTuber rigs is like what, $3,000?
Oh, maybe not then. All right. Anyway, so the last hanging was in July 2022, and it was of Tomohiro Kato, who killed 7 people in 2008 when he rammed a truck into pedestrians in Tokyo's Akihabara district and then went on a stabbing spree. The high-profile executions of the guru Shoko Asahara and 12 former members of the Aum Shinrikyo Doomsday cult took place in 2018. They're the ones that were responsible for the sarin gas attack. 21-year-old was reportedly sentenced to death last week for killing the parents of a girl he had a crush on and setting their home on fire. There's a widespread criticism over the system and a lack of information. Inmates are often informed of their impending death at the last minute, typically in the early morning, just a few hours before it happens. Some may be given no warning at all.
Where are you going today?
Like, just imagine.
Walk through this door. Oh, there's the news. Oh.
Yeah. No, seriously. Like, all right, come on out. Come to the yard for what do you call that? Like your recreation or whatever. That one day a year.
Why are my feet handcuffed together?
Yeah, the one day a year you get to leave your solitary confinement, and then the second you step outside, a hood comes over your head, and they push a button, and you just fall.
Honestly, like, it's probably better than sitting in, like, death row for years, just waiting for your.
Yeah. So I honestly,
deadline.
in some ways, it's actually more. It's less cruel because when you're in America and your death sentence is coming up, like you're like marking off like tally marks on the wall for the amount of days counting up to your execution or whatever. But in Japan, they're like, man, I just wish it would get here already. Fuck, stuck in solitary. And then finally they get the news, like, yes, Anyway,
Finally
so
something different today. Yeah.
The psychological pain of not knowing when they will be put to death prompted 2 prisoners to file a lawsuit against the late notice system in 2021, with a verdict reportedly expected in April. Unfortunately, they'll die ahead of time. Right? And also, no family members are allowed to witness the inmates' last moments. Anyway, so
family members of the inmates or family members of the victims?
I think in general, so probably the no family members of the inmates. But anyway, surprisingly, no family members of Jeffrey Epstein saw his death either.
Yeah, I've got pickups.
Yeah, let's do some pickups. Let's go. Let me have you go first, Greenline.
Sounds fair because I've got physicals. So I have.
Pick up a haircut.
I did get a haircut.
Looking good.
Wandava style. I don't know. This is from Made in Japan. It was on sale with Crunchyroll's like flash sale.
Does that have a dub?
Yeah, it does.
It does, right? Okay.
It was Japan, which I wish was
no. It was released. It was released by I think Media Blasters originally.
Okay, that kind of makes sense.
I've seen it. I remember absolutely nothing about it, but
and then Vendread because I've seen this. It's been a while though, and my friends had it, so I was like, oh, I'll pick this up.
You're gonna like the news tonight.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
And then dual parallel. Parallel Trouble Adventure.
Dual. Yeah. That's Watch Code 1.
Yeah.
Okay, it was ADV. It was ADV, not Yeah. That explains why they still have it.
And speaking of Tenchi.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Yeah, no, I'm doing a video on it, so I have to get like all of it. And then for the Funimation stuff, I just pulled out Tenchi. Diamond Dollar, Prince versus the Penguin Empire. I had this originally before the fire at my place, and so I bought another copy because I think it was on sale. And this famously features a commentary of, I want to say episode 6. I don't know. No, it's 6 OVAs. Well, there's a commentary on this track where Colleen Clinkenbeard is fiddling with, I want to say, Sunny Straight's nipples. So
I'm sorry. Can you start that whole? I was reading a comment. What?
Diamond Dollar, Prince versus the Penguin Empire. There's a commentary where it's Colleen Clinkenbeard and Sunny Straight and somebody else is there, but Colleen Clinkenbeard is showing. Well, no, they're grabbing the boobs wrong. Here, let me show you. She gets behind Sunny. This is audio though. There's no like video proof, but there's audio of her like showing Sunny Straight how you touch a girl's nipples, and she's touching his nipples.
Wow. Just want to remind everybody, it's not like there was a sexually charged environment.
Yeah.
We
just wanna, I didn't want to add fuel to the fire when that.
Did we email that as Exhibit X to?
Right. And then I was surprised this was still in stock.
Rage of Bahamut
Genesis,
nice.
Which is an okay show, but I don't know. I thought I'd pick up the limited because it was like $30. So I was like, why not?
Why does that guy look like Space Dandy?
I know. He's also voiced by it's the other guy who's voiced by Ian Sinclair. It's actually the dude with the afro in the front. There's a better picture of him in the back. But
nice.
But yeah, those are my pickups. Who's next? I don't know where your headphones are.
This is my pickup. I picked up the VTuber model. Yep. As you can tell, I also got a haircut. Yes.
It only cost
like
you $3,000 US, huh?
Well, I made it myself. I didn't pay myself $3,000. I wish I could pay myself $3,000.
Wonderful. All right, I also got to pick up.
Nope.
So I picked up that PS5 so I could play Stellar Blade. I'm putting my money where my boner is. I almost said I'm putting my penis where my mouth is. Whew, glad that didn't happen. All right, so I also I went back to.
Oh, the blood rushed to my head with that one.
So I also picked up the 4K of Paprika. Oh, that's our next watch club. We already knew. There we have it. Is that cool with everyone?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we can do Dungeon of Black Company, right? Because right. That's what we want to do. Okay. Or we could do Dungeon of Black Company and then we'll do this. How about that?
Okay. Yeah.
Because that way I can get a jump start on Dungeon of Black Company, which is many episodes, whereas this is just a movie. Okay. I also picked up Grimm's Fairy Tale Classic Season 2. And when I went back to Book Off to pick up that PS5, I picked up this bootleg of Kaiji because for the bootleg series that I'm still deluding myself is going to happen, I wanted to have one that had the fake Aniplex logo that says anime on it. Right? I thought that would be valuable for that. Now, I also picked up several PlayStation 5 games. So the first one I picked up was Resident.
You picked it up and then you dropped it.
Yeah,
I threw it on the ground. Was Resident Evil Village. I finished it already, and I was underwhelmed at first. Did this originally come out for PS4? Because the graphics were not that impressive. I don't know.
It might have been a cross.
I think, I know it has a PS4 version. So I'll just say, like, I wasn't impressed with it at first. But it was large. I'm just like so fucking frustrated that I can go in all these goddamn buildings and there are so many drawers I can open with fuck all inside. Like, holy goddamn shit. I cannot. Why even have shit to do? There's nothing fucking in here. Half of the goddamn clues and like the puzzles are so fucking stupid and retarded. I just can't believe it, right? So I went back to a different Book Off and I picked up Death Stranding for more money than Footnam thought was reasonable. I haven't checked that out. I picked out the Callisto Protocol. We covered it on podcast. The graphics in this are fucking unbelievable. I don't know, like, and you also kind of like feel the impact of like the action animation. So I'm like legitimately interested in continuing with this, just simply because it seems like an experience, right? Only problem is it has crashed on me 5 times. So because I didn't want to wait for like the 38 gigabyte download. So I started playing Ghost of Tsushima. And this also crashed on me like twice. And I got to say, this game seems like it could be fucking amazing. Like, I had so much fun experiencing it, just like generally experiencing it the first night. But the second night, I'm like, fuck, did this have to be open world? Like, oh my God, like fucking run everywhere. It's like, Jesus. And then this arrived today. I will play with my daughter. Even though I found out later, my kids already watched a Let's Play of the whole thing. So anyway, those are my pickups.
They played it with their uncle.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. I guess I'll play it by myself. Anyway, so in Discord pickups, Bobby Hill picked up.
Next week he's picking up a PS5 controller.
I mean, honestly, I probably will because I only have one. Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko. This is the one that was like super popular. It's really old, but it was like super popular, and it was like amazing when it finally got announced that they were releasing it. Right? Anime Fan 007 picked up My Hero Academia, volume
37, I think.
Thank you, Reese. I was looking at it. I'm like, is that volume 1? And then I looked at the image. I'm like, that can't be volume 1. All right. Also, Senran.
Spoilers on the cover.
Senran Banka. Is that what that says?
Something
Yeah.
like that.
Oh, okay. I guess that's the same thing. So is this like the soundtrack? Rated M. What? It looks so wholesome. Seb picked up pink tinted Sailor Moon S.
Season 3.
I about spit out the drink through my nose when I saw this, Seb. That was so funny.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
And then Doraemon, one of the Japanese DVDs, I guess, is the Nobita's Treasure Island Premium Edition. Movie 2018. But why is it a DVD? All right. Also, Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle and Holic, which I never bought Holic because I didn't want to buy this stupid goddamn combo pack of the movies.
Yeah, I hate combo packs.
I literally decided, well, guess I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
I don't want to choose where that fucker goes, and I don't want to buy 2 of them. And then, what is this? Hozuki's
Coolheadedness.
Coolheadedness. Okay. And then Interspecies Reviewers based. My Hime.
I picked up My Senpai is Annoying and Hey Nier. I mean, Nier Automata, the End of Yorha edition.
No, is it the end?
The End of Yorha edition.
Shit. So when you were, I didn't correct you when you were talking about that. The PlayStation 5 one is called Game of the Yorha edition. I thought it was like a play on Game of the Year. And I'm like, that's stupid. I don't want that. What's different about this from the regular edition?
I think this one has all the DLCs included.
Okay. So here's a question I want to ask the audience, because as a boomer, getting back into gaming after all these years, I got to tell you, I hate looking for games for PS5 because I will look online and it will say, this game was released on PS5. And I can find no proof that it was released on PS5. And I think it's because a lot of the games were released digitally for PS5, right? And there are games that I have chosen not to buy yet that are available and cheap as hell at Book Off for PS4 because I'm holding out for the PS5 version. Nier is one of those games. So if anybody can give me definitive answers as to whether or not the North American release of Nier Game of the Yorha edition has a PS5 version, as well as Nier, what is the other one called? Gestalt and Replicant,
No,
right?
I think it's just called Nier over here.
So
There's only
re-released. They
There's
did like a remake of the original Nier that I think was for Xbox. Is that correct?
It did come out on Xbox.
Whatever. The original one that has Kaine, and the main character guy whose name I don't even know. That one got re-released in Japan for more important consoles as near Gestalt and near Replicant. For
I don't think it was
reason,
for more updated consoles.
whatever it was. I don't care. I'm trying to. That's irrelevant. But the point is that in Japan they released two versions of it. One of them, the main character from the original game, is an adult, and the other one he's in his youth. And the idea, I guess, is that in one of the versions of the game you play as Kaine's brother, and in the other one you play as her dad or something like. It's very strange.
Yep.
Something like that. So anyway, I'm also trying to figure out
with like playing as a young boy.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's the one they gave us.
Yep. No, they gave us the one that you play as the old guy.
Really?
And her daughter and his daughter.
Cool. That's the one I want to play. So I'm glad.
Yeah, the one we got in the West is the dad-daughter combo. The one that was in Japan, they had both.
And what's the name of that? Near.
It was released as Near here, but then it was Gibraltar or whatever the fuck in Japan.
Gestalt. Yeah. So okay. Well, anyway, the point is, I say all this because I want to point out in the gaming channel on Discord, I am going to make a thread. Oh fuck! There's a crane flying here, Julie. Fuck. Yeah, he's over there. Okay. So in the games channel, I'm gonna make a thread called what? Oh fuck! What was I gonna call it? Recommend games for Boomer AC. There you go. And I'm going to put it in a thread. How do I create a thread? Create thread. Nice. That's the one. And the thread is going to be called. Okay, is that how we do this? There we go. Recommend games for Boomer AC. So if you are new to Discord, you don't know this. If you go to the games channel on the side here and you click on threads up here, recommend games for Boomer AC. Boom. You can recommend games for me to check out, especially if they come out on PS5. This would be a great way to do that. All right.
Maybe you should specify which consoles you have and which you're looking for.
PS5 and Switch. Those are the ones I'm basically looking for. But I'm
I'm saying you should type that in there so that people who don't watch this, so that it's specified in
PSF.
I might laptop PS5 and Switch games. Please. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. All right. Anyway, where was I? Pickups. Cool. Back to this. Okay. So, Mirage Leonardo picked up a signed Raphael Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles action figure. Is this from the 90s? Because it's in exceptionally good condition.
They did do some re-releases. Could be one of those.
Something about the like gold color with like the sticker for the pizza just looks 90s toy rather than modern toy.
Yeah.
What is
I
this?
think it's
is
definitely
this a croissant?
designed off of the old one.
Is this a croissant boomerang? Because ninja stars look like little cookies. What the fuck? All right. Reese, you picked up. Good.
Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, which is basically a spiritual successor for Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Feature. It scratches that itch in particular. And I also picked up The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Also, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk came with stickers.
Okay, I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked right now. I was told that I misspelled recommend. I just gotta say, no you. How did I spell it? Because it was behind my laptop. I was guessing.
Let's find out.
Find out. No, I did it okay.
Yeah. There's no two. There's one C, not two.
Yep. Sorry. All right. Anyway, what else do we have here? So
I also picked up a little Golden Mario RC car.
Yeah.
Super
Did I ever
tiny.
show you the one I have?
No.
Julie, could you pass me the Mario Kart thing? So when I helped my friend move, uh-oh. Okay. What happened?
I don't know.
It just went to pause, right?
No, I put it on pause, but it moves.
So when I helped my friend move, he gave me this just because he's never going to open it. Have you ever seen this, Reese?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently, you set up a little course in your house.
Yeah, you can set up a course in your house and have like a little RC card, and like, you can watch it go through your house on
Yeah.
Twitch.
So it connects. It has like a camera on it that hooks into your actual Switch. So as you play, you're looking through the view of the camera, and it puts like a little Mario Kart heads-up display of your cart and everything, just like you're actually playing the game. But the course is your actual house, whatever you set up. So I don't know. My kids keep eyeing it like, Dad, what's that? What's that over there? And I'm just like, get out of my office. I am not setting that shit up for you right now. Anyway.
Also, I assume your house is also like carpet all over the place.
Oh, it would be a disaster to try to play it. They would need so much help. Lance picked up Treasure Cruise winner Eustace Captain Kidd. So it's been a very long time. Lance told me what these were, and I'm going to read without screen sharing my private DMs. Oh, fuck. You know what? I think he sent it to me as a voice message, so maybe I won't read it. Oh, wait, here, there. He said,
I can't hear him. Is it bad?
they are given to players who rank high or take home the entire tournament, and they can be incredibly rare. So, like, the only way to get them is for competing in local tournaments. So anyway, that's why they are significant. We should be proud of Brother Lance. Here.
I'd be more proud if it was a big titty One Piece girl like Robin or Nami or
Well,
Hand.
He's previously shown us his big titty One Piece girl card. So he also has big titty Goku. Can we point out how good he is for having big titty Goku?
Yeah.
That is the smallest spirit bomb I have ever seen. Lance, you need to take that out and just put it like he's holding up a basketball. That's why I keep it. Mirage picked up a Jewish Ninja Turtle. Yikes. It's pretty cool. Leonardo leads. So you got this signed by somebody, Cam Clark, who voiced him in the 1987 series. Nice. Dude, sick. You got the whole set and signed. By the way, I didn't tell you guys this yet, I don't think, but when I went to Orlando a couple weeks ago, I ran into Christopher Lloyd. Did I tell you this?
No. What?
Yeah. So apparently,
I think you told us in like a private chat.
Yeah, I told you guys in the private chat, but I didn't say it on stream. So apparently, at the hotel we were holding our event at, I guess a few blocks away, they were having a like pop culture convention, like comics and stuff, like a mini Comic-Con. It was like MetroCon or something was going on. And so the day that I was going to leave, or like I guess the night before, I come down to the lobby and I just walk into the lobby and I just like walk past this old geezer. I'm like, what the fuck? And then as I turn
familiar,
as I turn back around, the rest of my party's there. Like, I'm like, I walked right past him. I know. Like, and then the craziest thing happened because the next day when we were going to back to the airport, we were in the valet. You know, like how they have the pull up thing, right? we got stuck in the valet area. We were literally boxed in because there was a whole line of Escalades that were waiting to pick up some VIPs in order to take them somewhere. And so the whole place got shut down for a minute. And sure enough, as we're waiting there, each of the kids from Stranger Things walks right in front of our car, literally like 6 feet from me, and goes into the Escalades and drives off, and then we're allowed to leave, right? So that was an interesting experience going there. Anyway, back to this. Not to steal the thunder from Mirage,
but to steal the thunder.
Okay, like a sock and bop robot thing. Jack Black Bowser cosplayer. Oh. So this guy is not Jack Black, but he's cosplaying as Jack Black Bowser. Is that what I'm understanding?
I think that's
because that's pretty funny. Thank you, Reese. All right. Anyway, let's get on with the actual. Oh shit, an hour and 15 minutes. Good job. Good job, me. All right, let's talk about the most incredible news we've been waiting all year for. Godshard Chronicles has not only launched their Kickstarter, they are fully funded already. Holy cow. A year in the making.
We missed the 666th backer.
No! So yeah, they I don't know. I mean, the fat cow? That better not be a brothel. Anyway, yeah, so I might pick it up for Switch. I feel like pixel RPGs are probably more fun on the Switch, and next gen graphics are obviously going to be better on the PS5. So anyway, there you have it. That came out. Now, this is wrong. Fuck. No, what have I done? Aha. So, I saw this and I laughed too hard, right? I decided to make a petition for an uncut dub of Sonic X so that Discotek knows there is a demand for it. Please sign it.
Fucking no.
Fucking 4. Holy shit. Every time I check it, it's one more, but I check it days apart from each other. So, my favorite thing about this is just like, not only did you get BTFO'd by nobody actually signed it.
Yeah.
But also,
didn't even make it to
World of Crap, aka Justin Zavakis, user has been banned after repeated warnings. Locking thread. Wow! Wow. Catastrophic failure.
I'm confused a little bit. Like,
yeah, so
they literally addressed it before. Like, why they're not.
Has Augie been banned from the Discotek thing yet?
Well, he almost got blocked by Justin.
Yeah, for saying he thought his bleached his tits or whatever. Don't worry. It's not like I don't just have it on hand, just in case I ever needed to pull it out of my ass. God damn it! Hold on, I can find it.
Enriv said picked up Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yeah,
gonna be the only thing I care about for the next month. Good luck playing it.
All right.
Nuxie says, "What's the joke with the pink tinted Sailor Moon? The DVDs were all tinted pink, and people misremembered that as nostalgic. They were never intended to be pink, and that kind of went around the internet. That they were all just color graded incorrectly. And I believe those Blu-rays or DVDs, whatever, were specifically like even worse than the other ones. Some of them were more pink than others."
All right. Justin Zavakis had tweeted this. August 2020 to March 2021. 21.7% body fat to 16%. Progress. Augie, I had to relook at the pics. I thought you bleached your tits for a moment.
That never gets old.
The best part is he responded to it. That's the best part.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you? Lack of sleep.
Like that means anything.
I'm gonna look up. Does follow still a website? No. Now I'll never know. All right. Bravo. Good work.
Ronan Jaw says good morning.
Good morning. All right. Let's get back to let's read about this. The 300-year-old Japanese festival that curses all who see it is being permitted to be filmed for the first time. So
it's like The Ring.
Yes, that's what they said. I'm going to lend the video to someone within a week anyway, just in case. In its current form, a procession of about 10 people carries a sacred object in a box from Hisamaru to Omiyashin Meisha and then back again. Fuck. Can somebody go back through the shared media channel and find the one of the lady being carried down the stairs on the little thing and then she falls forward onto the ground in China? Because that just seems like a great thing to play right now.
No. It's done.
How old is that?
Months ago. I don't know. There are also rituals held when the object leaves Hisamaru, arrives at Omiyashin Meisha, leaves Omiyashin Meisha the next day, and returns to Hisamaru, as well as a final ritual to confirm the successful movement of the object. However, none of this should be seen by anyone. That is one detail of the Sleeping Festival that has hardly changed for centuries. In fact, the reason it's called the Sleeping Festival is that when it's happening, everyone stays home and keeps their doors and windows shut, so it appears as if everyone is sleeping. Oh, that's nice. Great job. Just going to leave that right in the corner. Can we get a baby on screen? Oh! Oh, boy. Oh, I'm not sure what to do now. All right, I guess we're going to need the podcast to be over in under 6 hours tonight. Okay. So anyway, none of this should be seen by anyone in that small detail, right? So they close the doors and windows and stuff so that it appears that everyone is sleeping. The shrines even put up signs during the time of the festival to warn everyone not to come near the premises or even look in its general direction. This is because it is said that anyone who sets their eyes on this festival will be met with serious misfortune. A few decades ago, an elementary school principal went to visit his friend, who was a priest during the Sleeping Festival, and suffered a stroke, which required a year to recover from. In 1929, a man building a smokestack for a factory looked down and saw the Slumber Festival, mocking it and the gods for not striking him down then and there. The next day, he fell to his death. In the 1930s, a Korean person who was unfamiliar with the festival saw it while hanging some laundry out to dry. They then developed a fever, which they only recovered from after an exorcism was performed. Okay, you can get us off of that part of the screen. We've scrolled past the dick. It was also said that during the Meiji Restoration, when traditional Japanese customs were falling out of favor to more modern Western trends, the viewing restriction was lifted. However, after someone who saw the festival died, they strictly enforced it again. Granted, these anecdotes all have very urban legend vibe to them, but people still take it quite seriously. Teachers tell kids not to go out when it's happening, and most of the locals have never seen the Sleeping Festival for their entire lives. Accidents do happen from time to time, however, so a special forgiveness ceremony is held afterward for those who happen to have caught a glimpse of it to reset their luck. Now that everyone's up to speed on the Sleeping Festival and the dangers that simply setting your eyes on it might hold, let's take a look at it. For the first time ever, the shrines have allowed a TV crew to film the festival. Wow. Do you guys want to see it?
If we if we don't make it to the next podcast, then you guys know.
All right, here it comes. Oh fuck! I'm cursed. Wow. I'll be honest. I've just been cursed with 30 seconds. I won't get back. So according to the organizers, only looking at the real thing in person is bad luck, and watching a video doesn't hold the same accursed potential. It's like it's a revolutionary new exorcism technique. We're going to curse the entire world. The spirit just won't know what to do. There's that dick again, by the way.
It's barely, you can barely tell what it is. I think you're fine.
Okay. All right. I'm just thinking we're not going to do a clip on this. According to the organizer, only looking at the real thing is bad luck. I'm watching the video. It doesn't have the same cursed potential. The reason that they wanted their Forbidden to View festival to finally be viewed is that its future is in jeopardy. Turns out when you forbid everyone from seeing your festival and no one knows what goes on in it, it's really hard to find new people to carry it on. This begs the question, why even bother carrying on a festival that brings bad luck to people? Although the exact origins of the festival itself are unclear, it is known to be based on the story of Prince Hisamura, who was forced to flee a major civil war during the 14th century. He ended up in this area and was taken in by the local nobility and townsfolk. He spent the rest of his days dressed as a woman to avoid capture. It is cursed. And his skin was afflicted with a purple rash by whatever he used to make it look whiter. He ended his area taking He spent the rest of his days dressed as a woman to avoid capture, and his skin was afflicted with a purple rash by whatever he used to make it look whiter. So he attempted whiteface and became purple, and that is why Mr. Popo became purple. They have experience. I don't understand where the part, like, I had to reread it because I'm like, they don't even mention the part where he, like, white, Queen Amidala style, like a geisha. Is that what we're doing? His appearance was so sad that when he took his daily walks around Omiya Shinmeisha, the townsfolk averted their eyes out of pity. It could also be said that looking at him was bad luck, in that whoever did might be accused of harboring a fugitive and face the penalty should the prince ever be discovered. I thought they were going to say like gay bait or whatever, like it's like whosoever looks at him sees a trap, or I don't know. That was whatever. So in that way, the Sleeping Festival serves as a reminder of the community's ability to band together and help someone out in need. Did they? I love the moral of this story is like, look, man, sometimes the community's got to come together and help somebody in need. By averting thine eyes and not helping at all, other than to not rat them out. Like literally, this is that scene in Reacher in the Tom Cruise version where he steps into the crowd of people as the police drive by and nobody rats him out and goes, "He's here, officers!" Right? Like that's what they did to help him. So it says here, and while its future might be in danger now, they've somehow managed to keep it going this way for longer than anyone knows. So perhaps they can find a way. I'd personally recommend they get some of those avatar robots that work at Family Mart to carry the sacred objects and let people help via VR or remote control. That way the tradition can continue and no one has to look directly at it ever again. Or perform it in outer space. I don't know. It just seems weird. All right. Reese, tell me about this.
Golden Kamuy gets a live-action TV series with the movie cast.
No, we have to go back to that other comment. That was a good comment.
Oh,
the dick showing up. Yes, it is a function of the curse. Yes. The podcast is going to be cursed. Finally, we have a reason to not get banned off Pornhub. That's the curse.
We actually have a
Damn it.
We actually have a dick in the video.
Dick's out for OCA podcast. All right, so Golden Kamuy manga had a live action movie, right? And they're now going to turn it into a series with the cast from the movie. So that's kind of cool. I hope they dub it.
I don't like dubbed like a live action.
You can watch it sub.
I will.
Don't take this from me.
If it becomes easily viewable over here.
Metrocon sounds like a convention for meteor sexuals. I don't think that's what you meant to say, but I like it. I haven't, like, there's a lot of comments. Did I miss any that were, like, I need to start getting back onto looking at them. I did not. Signed by Rob Paulson. No way. His name was Robert Paulson.
Also known as Meatloaf.
Okay, so thank you, Enriv. In Japan, the PS3 version was Pro. So is there a PS5 version of any of the Nier games? They're only for PS4, right? So I just want confirmation on that I should buy the PS4 one.
Any of the PS4? I'm not sure about any, but the remake one is PS4, and it's also only the Bro version. They did not remake the Dad version.
Fuck. God damn it. Okay. I need somebody to hold my goddamn hand so I know which one to buy. All right. I heard Western governments are trying to go after their own people. Starting? What year is it? Is it the beginning of time? No. Always. Experience hath shown that even under the best forms of government, those entrusted with
power.
Is that the word? Those entrusted with. Why am I not? Whoa! I'm having another stroke. Thomas Jefferson quote. It is power. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Yeah. Experience has shown that even under the best forms of government, those entrusted with power have, in time and by slow operations, perverted it to tyranny. Wow. If you'd like to help my my stroke fund, I'd love that.
You'll ask the audience to stroke you off, okay?
Yes.
Say that for the Pornhub.
Can we get like a ticker that just says like stroke AC? Help AC stroke. Someone is going to use that for Mario Kart porn. Let's not kid ourselves.
I'm sure they have.
Do you think you could drive that into like a goatsy gave asshole? I just wonder. Like,
I'm sure kids have definitely used that as a spy cam.
I'm sure a Chinese boy has stuck that go-kart right in his urethra. All right. Oh, so here's some big news. Crunchyroll CEO says AI-generated subtitles are definitely an area we're focused on. I feel like every other time we've heard Crunchyroll and subtitlers in the same sentence, it was Crunchyroll needs to pay their subtitlers a living wage. Damn. Guess what happens? First of all, thank you. $2 to the stroke fund. I can almost afford a 10 guy. Yeah. Thank you, Clue.
Maybe not even a quarter of a tanga. So.
Oh, come on. A boy can dream. So the Crunchyroll CEO says the AI-generated subtitles are definitely an area that they're focused on. And like I said, every time people talk about subtitlers at Crunchyroll, they talk about how like they're being taken advantage of. They don't pay them enough. This is what happens. Bitch more about your entitlement because your job is expendable. Crunchyroll CEO Rahul Parini says AI-generated subtitles are an area of focus for testing. They're focused on testing for the streaming service, perhaps to the dismay of audiences. Also, I just got to say, whoever at CBR made this image with Crunchy Hime, like, magnificent dark Brandon eye Crunchyroll Hime. I love it.
Who's the character supposed to be behind her?
It's also Crunchyroll Hime. It's like, I think it's like an inverted color version of the hair. I don't know. It's definitely her though, because you can see the highlight right here. Anyway, so Crunchyroll CEO Rahul Parini says AI-generated subtitles are an area the streaming service is currently very focused on testing, perhaps to the dismay of many of some anime viewing audiences, not the ones that matter. Parini sat down with The Verge for an hour-long interview where he discussed how Crunchyroll could become a more attractive option for anime fans. Listen, at this point, you made up your mind already. You're just trying to save money on subtitling. Just say it. It's not hard, okay? Just go ahead. One solution was increased development in AI-generated subtitles, where Parini said AI is definitely something we think about a lot at a lot of different workflows in the organization. Right now, one of the areas we're focused on testing is subtitling and our closed captioning, where we go from speech to text. How do we improve and optimize our processes where we can get the subtitles done in various languages across the world faster so that we can launch as close to the Japanese release as possible, he outlined. So that's definitely an area we're focused on. Sounds like a pink slip just got slid into Mars Girl's room, right? AI subtitles are seen by some as a means of decreasing anime piracy. No. Seen by idiots. Parini's quote arose during a conversation about how he hoped to make Crunchyroll more viable than piracy, with one of piracy's biggest selling points being that it's free and sometimes also releases content faster than official services. He highlighted that fan desire to access anime as close to the Japanese release as possible was the motivation behind the development drive for AI-generated subtitles. Naturally, can you help? I can help. What do you need to do?
Open the battery back.
Why do you need to get the batteries out?
Because it's not working.
What's not working?
Anything?
Could it be that they're heavily corroded?
Yes.
Yes, I concur. All right. All right. So naturally, AI subtitling proves contentious. Did I miss? He highlighted that fan desires to access anime as close to the Japanese release as possible was the motivation behind the development drive for AI-generated subtitles. Naturally, AI subtitling proves contentious. Many fans were concerned about the low-quality subtitles in the Yuzuki family's Four Sons debut episode. Have we covered that? I never even heard of this anime until this moment, right? Like,
doesn't sound familiar.
It doesn't sound familiar, right? So leading some to believe that they had been generated by AI. These subtitles were notoriously awkward, occasionally to the point of being nonsensical, and featured numerous grammar issues. Crunchyroll was forced to delete the episode following outrage by fans on social media, with many asking why they didn't pay professionals to do a better job. The sad part is they do pay professionals and they suck. Many manga fans on social media also cite poor official translations as a motivator for piracy, with the United States being the #1 worst offender for piracy in the world. This conversation resurfaced following the arrest of 2 individuals in Japan for leaking early content of Weekly Shonen Jump manga. With the rapid growth of AI, translation quality may certainly meet fan expectations in the near future already. Nevertheless, many continue to argue that the nuance in language is best captured by human experience, creating a trade-off for Crunchyroll between cost and continuing to expand to the hundreds of millions of anime fans worldwide. Well, to quote one Caitlin Moore, problematic anime should not be sanitized for, what did she say, young, impressionable audiences. So as long as that's not coded into the AI, I think it's going to be a step in the right direction. Mirage Leonardo says, not Crunchyroll related, but the new live-action Garo series is on YouTube, and they actually used AI-generated subs, and they're not bad. They're not. Look, AI is fucking lit. Like, anybody who is decrying it has not played with it, has not used it, has not experienced it beyond YouTube auto-generated subtitles or Google Translate.
Or Google AI.
Yeah. Gemini. The new YouTube update that the banned AI impersonation? No. I saw ones that that banned like impersonation to the degree of like what they did with the Rogan ad, where they made ads using AI that made it seem like he was endorsing their product, kind of thing. Fuck, I shouldn't have phrased it that way. That is not in the show. Like, fucking cut this from the clip. Like, that's not what we did. Trump definitely endorsed digging that hole deeper. The only thing that irks my OCD is character names are lowercase and not uppercase or in all caps. Oh, yeah. Subtitles should just always be all caps. That'll solve the problem. I think the last Ultraman series on YouTube also used AI subtitles. Yeah, honestly, it's happening. Get with the program. All right, so ZEGAPAIN STA anime to get theatrical release in summer. So when I told you were going to be pleased with the thing, it's because I forgot this was ZEGAPAIN and not Vandred. So sorry, you're not pleased. It's a new project from Sunrise's sci-fi robot anime franchise ZEGAPAIN.
Well, that's fine. I'll live. Now, when you first read that, I thought it was. I thought it was Zepong, that other show that you liked.
I would be so hype if it were. The title of the new anime project.
So we're both disappointed.
Which is a postquel to the TV anime, has been announced as ZEGAPAIN STA. So postquel. From what I understand, by quickly Googling on Urban Dictionary the term, a postquel is when you make, for example, Star Wars Episode 4, 5, and 6, then you do prequels, and then you do a sequel that takes place after the originally released part, right? So like 7, 8, and 9 or whatever they are, those are the postquels, right?
Okay.
Versus sequels, right? Like that's why they differentiate it, because viewing order, if you go by release, would be 4, 5, and 6, 1, 2, and 3, 7, 8, 9, right? And that's I guess what that term means. So apparently there's a prequel somewhere in the ZEGAPAIN universe. I don't know, and I don't really care. Anyway, also Detective Conan's 27th anime film is going to get the widest theatrical release in Japanese history.
As it always does, but we're never going to get, Conan over here because, fuck us.
This year's Detective Conan film, The $1 Million Pentagram, will be the widest release of all time in Japan, being shown in 515 theaters worldwide. To put that number in perspective, according to a report by the Japan Community Cinema Center, there are 590 theaters in Japan in 2022, including multiplexes and independent theaters, and that number is decreasing by the year. Godzilla Minus One was one of the widest releases of all time when it came out last November, with 500 theaters. So there you have it.
Yeah, I'm still sad and depressed. I was looking over my Conan collection or my Case Closed collection. I'm like, I'm never gonna get those.
Very sparse,
Blu-rays. Right? I'm never gonna get those Blu-rays. I was so excited for those Blu-rays, and it's like, nope.
Honestly, I don't even want them. That dub sucks.
I'd take the old dub for the Blu-rays, but
I would love the old dub. I hate watching that show the way it was intended.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? No, I fucked it up. Okay, good. All right, you guys ready for all this anime news that I haphazardly
skip over like 90% of it? Sure.
I haphazardly threw in. Okay. So, Babanbaban vampire TV anime and live action film adaptations were revealed for 2025.
Geez, someone who wants to get a rivalry with Bo.
I don't even want it on my shelf. because of the name. So
February 29th is Garlic Day in Japan. Garlic is Ninniku in Japanese, which sounds like the numbers in the date for 229. Ninniku. Serving up the perfect opportunity to confirm. So Garlic Day in Japan is leap year, right? Like it happens once every couple of years, and it's just leap year.
Hey, does anybody know if the Girl Junior Saga aired on a leap year?
Do we have leap year to blame for that monstrosity? So also, why can't I close my get out of here, highlight? I can't read it because you're what the fuck, trackpad. All right, whatever. All right. So there it is. Okay. Trash. Cool. Yes, confirm delete. God. The manga, whose genre is categorized as BL, bloody love comedy, has been serialized in Akira Shoten's Besatsu Shonen Champion. The story centers on Ranmaru Mori, which I had to read that like 5 times. Like, why does that sound so familiar? Oh, Ron Mori, Japanese name of Rachel Moore in Case Closed. A live-in part-timer at a long-established public bathhouse whose true identity is a 450-year-old vampire. He is in search of the ultimate taste, quote, the blood of an 18-year-old virgin, and continues to protect the virginity of the only son of the bathhouse, 15-year-old Rihito. However, when Rihito reaches puberty, he falls in love at first sight with a girl, point that out, in the same class. Ranmaru's desperate plan to stop him from losing his virginity begins. Remember, it's a BL, a bloody love comedy. So, I have to say, ecchi anime has set the bar really high for lewd accidents happening. But now we're going to see a guy actually trying to have sex and getting into scenarios where, like, he's halfway to being inside, and then like the vampire is gonna like use vampire magic so that as he's inserting, like I don't know, a fucking earthquake happens and he falls and lands on a banana and sprains his penis or some shit. I don't know what to expect, but it sounds hysterically ridiculous. Yes, a 450-year-old vampire that's not a lolly. All right. Anyway, God's Game We Play anime is a stream on Crunchyroll. So that's it. I was going to show this one originally, but there was another image there. Now, I haven't seen Quintessential Quintuplets, but if all of them did a fusion dance, am I wrong? Like, is that not what this character looks like?
Too bad FDM isn't here. He could confirm or deny.
Well, I can't predict those things. Dungeon People anime reveals main cast. I don't know what this is. I forgot why I shared it. Oh, that's a little weird. Oh. Are the dungeon people the golems? Like, what the fuck? An unexplored dungeon filled with monsters and traps, an expert thief searching for her lost father. When Clay delves into the dungeon deeper than any adventurer has ever gone, she is offered a job by the dungeon's caretaker. Now, instead of exploring, Clay must learn how to interview new monsters, set traps, and position slimes around the dungeon. Will this new career path bring her any closer to finding her father? Oh. I don't know. I don't remember why I shared that. Okay. I remember the 2 reasons I shared this one. Chillin' in Another World. Nice.
Are they posable?
Yes. Isekai into Titty Land. All right. Konosuba Season 3. Crunchyroll shared these images. This is also on the docket for Watch Clubbing.
Season 1, 2, at least.
Yes.
Recently announced as out of print by Discotek. So
good thing I got those steel books. Also, Konosuba, a little bit more to look at from Sankaku Complex.
I was kind of hoping we would do the watch club for this before season 3 airs.
Oh, I see. Because you want to roll right into it. I gotcha. Why? Why do we move? Is there a penis on the side again? Anyway,
there's nothing on the side.
Being annoying, are we?
We have to cover the lewdness.
Cover me.
Lewd.
What's the name of this guy? Kazuma? Is his name?
Kazuma, yeah.
Yeah. Kazuma put his penis where his mouth is. There are a lot more characters in this than I thought. Nice.
I know.
Whoa.
Thank you. You censored the correct thing. Holy shit, it just keeps going. All right. Anyway, there we go. We're in the omakase. Nice. There's a lot of them. Yes. Megumin, right? That's her name?
Megumin,
right.
yeah.
Cool. Can't wait. All right. Re-Monster TV anime announces the premiere. Blah, 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 blah. Why am I getting a phone call? Where even is my phone? Lord knows. Oh, did I drop it? Yeah, I did. I am not answering. What's up? You okay? Oh, of course. All right. So anyway, so the girl from Ancient Magus Bride, right? Am I wrong? That's her right there.
Looks like it, yeah.
Looks exactly like her. He says, "Sorry, I forgot about the stream when I didn't answer." Yeah, you know it. All right. Anyway, there's that viral hit. Do you guys remember we talked about this? The concept of a guy who gets bullied in school, so they start filming him fighting, and he goes viral. I just want to showcase this kick-ass logo with like where they worked into the kanji, like the YouTube play button. Which apparently they tried and failed to put into the American logo.
They could have put that in the egg.
Yeah, it shouldn't. It should not have been
in between the words.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say it shouldn't be YouTube though. It should be World Star, right? Anyway, okay, so we got these two anime films, Kurayukaba and Kuramerukagari, that are releasing in theaters. They're also coming to Crunchyroll, just a heads up. So here, it kind of looks like a surrealist Metal Slug level. I don't know who this guy is. I'm not sure what to expect out of it. Then there's also this thing. Once again, I don't know what I'm looking at, but I don't know. It looked interesting enough to share. Moving on. Oh, dear God. Shinmai, Ossan, Boukensha, Saikyou, Party ni Shinu, hodo, Kitaerareta, Muteki ni Naru TV anime toughens up with a new trailer. Wow. Okay, so it stands for the rookie middle-aged adventurer was trained to death by the most powerful party to become invincible. The question ever
to be shortened to Rookie Adventure.
Rookie Adventure, right? Yeah. Or it could be shortened to Useless Boob Window. The fuck? What am I looking at here? Did they draw her in boots and then say, nah, let's just have them go all the way down from her stockings and then forgot to erase them?
That's what it looks like.
Wow, terrible. Fucking terrible. Oh, she's wearing boots. How do you fuck up? You know what it is? Okay. They drew that on the layer above and then it got swapped. That's got to be what happened. That's supposed to be on top of that layer. Fucking amateurs. All right. Also, how I attended an all guys mixer.
Close enough.
I forgot why I shared it now.
I think you really lost.
You wanted to attend.
College student Tokiwa gets invited to a mixer by his female classmate Suo. But when he arrives with his friends, they're greeted by 3 dazzlingly handsome men. When he arrives, okay, with his friends. But his female, okay, I don't even know. Whatever.
Are the men actually girls?
I don't know. Moving on. Mysterious disappearances. TV anime unveils new trailer, blah, blah, blah. We looked at this before. Here's a new image. The mysterious disappearance of her eyebrows. That's the joke we already made. Oh, yeah.
Serious disappearance of the pants?
Of her pants, yeah, right. See, if we'd done the show last night, all these jokes would have still been fresh and I wouldn't be fucking literally all of them up. Okay, moving on. All right, My Wife Has No Emotion anime announced. That's the face of someone with no emotion. Now, when I first saw this, I thought, yep, she's got no emotion. Then I saw the Crunchyroll one. And I just want to say, it's different. So she has no emotion, right? Yeah, she's like a total robot. Literally a robot? Like, what? Literal actual robot, not just autism. There she is. Mina, which means everyone. Anyway, and then Takuma. All right. If My Wife Became an Elementary School Student anime premieres this year.
We had this discussion like an hour ago or something.
I would just like to remember everyone. Anime Feminist has laid down the law. Problematic content cannot be censored for impressionable young teenagers. So the anime adaptation of If My Wife Became an Elementary School Student is expected to premiere sometime in 2024. The series follows a widower who lives with his adult daughter. Over the years, he's been unable to come to terms with his grief, but a second chance presents itself. A second chance presents itself when a young girl introduces herself as his reincarnated wife.
Yikes.
I mean, a second chance did present itself in that you could just wait until she's 18 and you're like, sweet, my wife is a babe again, right? Like, meanwhile, you're in your 60s. So yeah, there you go. That is a thing. Studio Signpost is going to be working on it. They did seasons 3 through 5 of Kingdom.
I'm curious which company is going to pick it up for streaming, whether it will fall under Crunchyroll standards or High Dives. Probably High Dive.
I mean, if it goes to Discotek, it's going to get localized by Jello Apocalypse. If it goes to Funimation, they're going to retroactively remove it for not living up to their standards. If it goes to High Dive, I mean, that's our only hope, right? Like,
but that High Dive had that Inukai Sans dog one, so that was also.
See, Crunchyroll, Booby, listen. People aren't pirating because of the reasons you think. All right. So Jisan Basan Wakagaeru anime feels young again. So this is the one about the old couple that get reincarnated as their younger selves. So Random 11 made an observation I didn't think of until he said it, and I think it might be true. That they are just wearing white wigs. Like,
their faces look young.
Yeah. So have you ever like entertained for any period of time a thought like, what if I just like woke up and I was my younger self, or just something like, what if I woke up and I was black, or like, yeah, something, just any idea. Like you just woke up and you were in a different body, right? And you just had to think to yourself,
a telephone pole for a dick.
Yeah, but you'd be like, okay, so there would be some upsides, some downsides, but the hardest part is like, fuck, I gotta go to work and I have to convince people to keep doing the podcast. Like, yes, I'm in blackface now. You know, like right? I just think about it from the perspective of like, there are so many problems that occur in this, like your body is switched out scenario. So the idea here is just go with it. It's like pretend like, you know, oh yeah, you look, wow, you look so young. It's like, yeah, I'm young. It's like, so like the trick is get the white wig. Yeah, it's still me, Grandpa. Like that's, I guess that's kind of like the vibe. Grandma and Grandpa are rejuvenated, an upcoming TV anime based on the romantic comedy web manga.
I just thought of the scientific reason why I still have white hair. Your hair is dead, and so their bodies, they don't, I'm just pulling this out of my ass, like their bodies just get younger, but because their hair is already dead and outside of their body, it remains white. But if you look at their scalp, you can see the color coming in.
Okay.
Like when you dye
Counterpoint. If that were the case, you could deposit color back onto it with dye. But they have chosen to remain white, which is why it makes more sense. Which is why it makes more sense.
No,
they're old wigs
they're
to
old
continue
people.
to pretend to be old.
No, they're old people, so they don't know about hair dye.
One of these moments, Random 11's camera thing is going to break, and it's just going to cut to an actual feed of him going. Don't think it won't. Prepare yourself.
No, I'm glued more to his image more than he was.
Local recordings are on. All right. So anyway, yeah, it's based on the romantic comedy manga about the elderly couple who spontaneously regain their youth. That's it. That's the news. Okay, here's some people in it. Whoa. Nice teeth. There you have it. Moving on. Okay. One Punch Man Season 3 confirms JC staff return. And everybody on the podcast moaned, except for AC. Yes!
Sigh.
I was hoping
Big
for
sigh.
I mean, good thing it's back, right? That's the positive thing, right?
I mean, we known it was coming back. We just never knew it was.
I also would like to point out that hideous shading effect, nowhere to be seen.
Yet.
Yeah.
They have time to disappoint you.
I'm so fucking hyped. I loved season 2. I did watch the Blu-ray version, though. I don't know. A lot of people who saw it when it first came out probably watched it streaming and got the non-good quality version of it. Because I didn't think it looked bad at all, other than like the weird shading effect, especially on Genos. So I'm hype. Anyway, Bandai Namco Filmworks directly invests in 8-Bit and makes the anime studio a subsidiary. So this is the company that produced That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime and Blue Lock with Bandai Namco. They're saying here that previously 8-Bit and Bandai Namco Filmworks worked formed a business alliance in June 2020 to strengthen their connection. After working together on Tamagon Reincarnated as a Slime, 8-Bit already has a few anime in production. That's not what I wanted to read. Fuck it. They were a subsidiary. Okay, here. The deal is expected to go into effect on April 1st. It did. No, that's not it. Here it is. The one before that. 8-Bit. Bandai Namco Film, which has directly invested in 8-Bit through capital participation, and is making the studio a wholly owned subsidiary of the studio that was previously known as Sunrise. All right, moving on. No need to waste our time on anything. Oh wait, here's an article we're going to waste our time on. I forgot why I included all of these. I hope I highlighted shit because I don't remember it all. Oh shit! Shit!
Enrio said so many fucking leakers said Mappa. Yeah, I was still hoping for Madhouse.
Yeah. All right. In a follow-up to a previous article we covered. Oh, that felt wonderful. Oh, fuck. Okay. Major One Piece and Jujutsu Kaisen leaker snitches on rival after shutting down. Guess what? The popular piracy site OP Scans, responsible for leaking numerous weekly Shonen Jump manga series like One Piece and Jujutsu Kaisen, has shut down, but not before bringing some less than desired attention to major rival leakers. Last week, OP Scans announced that they would cease all unofficial translations on One Piece, Jujutsu Kaisen, or other mangas for the upcoming future. According to their post via Twitter, notably, they also wished fellow pirate translator site TCB Scans well for the future, directly linking to their Twitter page in a post that has now been deleted. Naturally,
their Twitter page has also been deleted now.
Yeah.
So
naturally, with OP Scans and TCB Scans being longtime rivals, and TCB appearing to make light of OP Scans shutting down last week, many on social media took this to be a form of payback in kind. Tagging TCB is nasty work, bro. This is them saying OP Scans will no longer work on One Piece, Jujutsu Kaisen, and this stuff. Thank you for the journey. Signing out. All right. And they say we trust that TCB Scans does the community justice. OP Scans about to snitch on you for attacking their website that one time.
They had better translation. Sorry, OP Scans. But they did. TCB did shut down their Twitter, so. We lost their Twitter. Probably because of this.
Bro told everybody. Japanese, please. Any last words? OP Scans. TCB Scans, Chan. Please, you take good care of the community now. Is that Phil Labonte?
I think it's a wrestler.
Is it? It looks like Phil Labonte from. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not.
Or UFC guy, maybe.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So anyway, they shared that again. All right. So OP Scans snitched on TCB. So OP Scans and several other major One Piece and Jujutsu Kaisen leakers shut down in the build-up and aftermath of the arrest of 2 individuals in Japan. These individuals were foreign citizens who were arrested on suspicion of posting weekly Shonen Jump manga online before the intended release dates. It's believed that they took advantage of stores receiving magazine copies days in advance. The arrest, hailed as an important step, was praised by both Shueisha and Kodansha and decried by everyone else. Manga and manga publishers seek to protect their franchises at all costs. OP Scan's shutdown follows recent aggressive attempts by manga and manga publishers to protect their IPs. Tachiyomi was forced to end development after an aggressive pursuit by the Korean Kakao Corporation. This followed a police bust in December on one of the world's biggest manga piracy sites in cooperation with Kakao, which seems to be an intentional exaggeration by Kakao to put all similar sites on notice. These pursuits will likely grow in number and intensity as the manga industry continues to grow in worldwide appeal and profitability. For example, it was recently revealed that Kakao's Japanese manga app, Picoma, saw one of the world's highest transactions by volume in 2023. While it's unclear what, if anything, will happen at TCB, it's clear that they enjoy a different public perception to most other piracy sites. Disputes over the accuracy of official translations are a weekly occurrence. Just recently, seen in
Yeeted himself.
Nice.
What a professional streamer over here, yeeting himself.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was my internet. I was like, oh, well, my internet's crapped out. Bye, guys. Oh, they see the entire time.
And he snakes back in like nothing happened.
That was weird.
Oh yeah, that was weird, eh?
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, we don't know. You just closed the window.
I didn't. All of a sudden, like the tab with StreamYard, I look over and it's gray. And it had like an error message or whatever.
Ah.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
excuses.
What part of that article did I get cut off at? Did you guys get this part? While it's unclear if anything, what if anything will happen to TCB, it's clear they enjoy a different perception as seen in recent Dragon Ball Super 101. Did you hear that?
Now we
cool.
did.
We're gonna pretend you did. Many view TCB as essential in ensuring that manga authors' intent is properly conveyed. Oh no, I lost my hair. While others say there's no excuse for piracy, especially given that many major manga receive simulpubs by professionals. All right. Well, I guess that wasn't that good of an article, but whatever. You want to say anything about? Do you want to say any last words about OP scans?
They had quick but not very good translations. TCB was better. I will very much dislike it if TCB goes away because their translations, I prefer them over Viz's translations. Yeah, they shut down their Twitter and they basically made an announcement and said that it was because it was too much of a hassle to keep up with. But I mean, it seems pretty apparent that it's because they could face Twitter having to give away their IP address if they kept doing it.
Is this new that they put the wrench on StreamYard? Can the audience see that? I wonder. Next to the username that they're a mod. That's kind of interesting. That seems new.
Yeah, audience can see it.
Anyway,
it's kind of ironic. Well, not ironic, but interesting to note that. So when OpScans got arrested, the week after, One Piece was on break. So we didn't know how the release was going to get affected. The week after that, so the first week back with One Piece, it released on Thursday. And okay. And
I'm just letting my upload that's giving me an error. I'm letting it finish. I'm still here. I'm listening.
Okay. So it released on Thursday, which is a day later than it normally releases. It was releasing on Wednesday. Although Wednesday was like an early day, so Thursday you could say was a normal day. Anyway, this week it was delayed by a day. It was released on Friday. So again, I don't know if it has anything to do with the fact that their Twitter account shut down, but I just hope that they don't go away. Sometimes piracy, while it may not be great, it is the superior product.
Well, it is because we support official releases that we value some piracy more than most people do, because there's a reason why we pursue it, because the companies that release the official product, which we buy, have failed us dramatically.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of companies failing us dramatically, Steam bans order us for having an adult with a small chest. Discrimination. Listen, problematic content does not need to be localized for young, impressionable teenagers. Or whatever the fuck that quote is. I'm going to ruin the rest of the night. I think the headline pretty much says it all, but they said, if you're a player, we shouldn't be choosing for you what okay, hold on. No. The actual quote is this. It's with a heavy heart that I must announce our 18-plus game Order Us has been banned from Steam 3 days prior to release. I received this message about the review from the review team yesterday morning. A demo build had been approved several months ago without complications. Steam has become increasingly strict when it comes to nude depictions of characters, breaking their past promise when it comes to content moderation, which was, if you're a player, we shouldn't be choosing for you what content you can or can't buy. If you're a developer, we shouldn't be choosing what content you're allowed to create. Those choices should be yours to make. With that principle in mind, we've decided that the right approach is to allow everything onto the Steam store except for things we decide are illegal or straight up trolling. Nier 3 reportedly teased by Yoko Taro at an orchestral concert. Yoko made an appearance at the Nier Orchestra concert in London this month, where the beloved creator invited fans to applaud as loudly as possible to assure Square Enix president Takashi Kiryu a sequel is direly wanted. Square Enix president was at the event, and after Yoko's plea, the majority of the audience erupted in cheers and applauding, making it very clear fans want more Nier. Here's where things get interesting. At one point during the show, the word repent was repeatedly shown as part of some piece of dialogue, with the final appearance of the word being spelled as R3PENT. The number 3 is an obvious tease at a third mainline Nier game. The latest release in the Nier series was the Switch port for Nier Automata, which got subtitled the End of Yora edition. Okay. Anyway, so there you go. Nier 3. Hey Nier, hey Nier. Which is a joke nobody will ever get. First Capcom Street Fighter 6 tournament won by a virtual YouTuber fan. Wait, it gets funnier. An independent fighting game player, not part of any organization and with zero sponsors, won the biggest Capcom International tournament for Street Fighter 6 while representing his favorite virtual YouTuber via merch, winning his Oshi support in the process. Fighting game player Uma327, Uma is Japanese for horse, was something of a local celebrity in his homeland of Taiwan. Winning the East Asian division of the Capcom tournament that qualified him for a spot in the Capcom Cup X International tournament. However, being an independent fighting game player, not affiliated with any esports team or sponsors, Uma327 traveled to Burbank in California, USA at his own expense to compete for the pot prize of $1 million. Are you fucking serious? Fuck, man. I was thinking like 5,000. Like 1 million?
Does that go to the VTuber or does that go to him?
Fans in Taiwan would even make fun of Uma327's dire financial straits, calling him Uma300, Uma270, etc., and so on as the competition went on. However, in an ironic twist, it was his independent status that allowed him to bring whatever he wanted to the venue. With Uma327 choosing to wear merchandise released by his HoloLive Oshi Okami Mio to the showdown of his life. Thanks to his accomplishments, he earned the respect and praise of various fighting game pros, and fan art, his favorite character Juri in the hoodie, also began to pop up. However, likely more important were the words of congratulations from Mio herself and other HoloLive members, and Uma327's first action after winning was to reply to Mio's tweet congratulating him without any other acknowledgement of his win for quite a few hours afterward. So you know how they made that movie about Gran Turismo?
Mm-hmm.
I'd watch that movie. I would watch it.
He goes all out. does a huge notice me senpai.
Mm-hmm.
Gets a
takes
job.
home the gold. Yeah. Fucking legend. The only problem is that they'd never make this into a movie because they would have to not refer to Taiwan. While Miho herself has discussed in the past how her requests to re-release the hoodie merch were shot down by management before, with re-releases of Hololive talent merch being extremely uncommon, if at all, it seems that Uma327's win while wearing her merch helped give leverage to her request, with Mio tweeting out that management had agreed to consider the option. If so, Uma327 may have solidified his place in the fandom, successfully spreading the good word of his favorite streamer. The only downside is that with all the sponsorships likely headed his way with his high-profile win, it's unlikely that he will be able to have a repeat performance in the now iconic hoodie. Wow.
Well, I mean, they might sponsor him. Who knows?
Yeah, Hololive might.
Yeah.
Fucking legend. Can we just give him a round of applause? Like, holy shit. Like, he's living the dream.
If my model had hands, I would.
Clap your cheeks.
I am now a newly born VTuber. If someone wants to go to a fighting arena on my behalf and fight in my honor, that'd be
Sure.
cool. I'd like
Yeah,
that.
I don't see any
you
problem
turn
with
off
that
the-
whatsoever.
Share-
Well, maybe I see one problem, but
Share the winnings. That would be great. I would only take like 10%.
Donate to the OCA podcast.
yeah, and then you'd get a cease and desist from Marvel. And
Did you turn off the mouth element?
The what?
Yeah.
The mouth? Yeah. Yeah. He also turned off the 2-color lighting.
Yeah, it's way better without the.
Congrats.
Without...
He drew it himself, everyone. I don't know if you noticed this.
I like the mouth movement.
If your mouth had like sharp
Yeah.
teeth, then I'd be like, yeah, that's more.
Oh my god.
Like,
DRM only punishes paying customers. Oh, okay. Vanilla wears. Oh, hold on.
Jeez.
Okay.
Wow, that's so
So I
crazy.
just want to say. Vanillaware Unicorn Overlord slammed for bad translations. Last podcast, did I or did I not say there is a problem when it comes to getting up in arms about localization? Because, and this is, I have said this from the beginning of the podcast, I do not consider myself part of groups, because when you side with Kick Vic or stand with Vic and all that shit, you cease to think as an individual and you start to think instead as a member of the group. So as I said last podcast, when it comes to this like localization drama, I can't go to the movies and watch Sonic the Hedgehog and see James Marsden kiss his interracial black fiance or whatever, and not think for a minute. Did that door just open? That was weird. Not think for a moment that was a diversity hire or like there was a political choice for this casting, right? It has broken the immersion. It makes it impossible to enjoy something the same way, right? And I talked last podcast about that when it comes to localization. If it isn't 100% identical to your weird perception of how the Japanese word should be translated, which is literally just the first time somebody told you what the word means and it sticks with you for the rest of your life, right? That you will reject it. Tell me if it is unreasonable how this bad translation is. I didn't read the whole thing originally, but fuck, man. Like, I cannot believe the amount of bitching over this. So this is the Japanese, and this is what Clive is saying. I think fighting Renault with our current strength would be difficult. It would be difficult to fight this guy. Here's what the localizer put. Casting the gauntlet at Renault's feet would only send us all to an early grave. Is that an egregious translation?
That's a lot more eloquent.
Or did they just put a little bit of salt on that delicious meal and make it even better?
Yeah.
That's
right?
definitely a lot more eloquent for sure.
Yeah, like they made that line. They took a textbook line and made it like a masterpiece or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like maybe I'm giving it way too much praise, but the point is that captures the essence. Maybe it punches it up to the next level in terms of like the seriousness. Like, yeah, it would be difficult to fight them at our current things. Like, we'd get fucking slaughtered. You know, like, I mean, maybe, yeah, it's a little different, but it's better, right? So this is just kind of me like harping on that point from last podcast. Joseph says, or they say, Joseph, I leave the rest to you. That got translated to, my faith and more lies with you, Joseph. I only pray it is enough. Damn. It's almost like the patriarchy line, right? Like not even close. Farewell becomes farewell and may the heavens guide you. We completely fell for it becomes guy laid out the bait and we just had to take a nibble. That one kind of sucks, actually. I don't know. This one doesn't have a translation next to it.
This comes out on Friday.
On Demo 9. No, it's nothing. That's it. Like, what is it? Now I'm curious. Are you sure anxiety will be the death of you if you keep it bottled up like that? Yeah, I don't know about that one. This one also is missing the translation. It does feel that way. I can't say I feel any different. Like, are we really going to get upset about this? Are you worrying about Scarlet? Becomes all that worrying is going to kill you one of these days. Let me guess, it's about Scarlet. I can't hide anything from you, huh? Becomes I couldn't pretend otherwise. You'd sniff out the lie before it scarce passed my lips. Seriously, there's just a little flavoring sprinkled on every line. I really think that this is legendary game developer Yasumi Matsuno, known for his work on Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy 12, Tactics Ogre, and Vagrant Story, also chimed in on the post about Unicorn Overlord's bad translations, offering some perspective from his own experiences dealing with good and bad translations. Holy fuck. I cannot believe how, like, this is not a part of Kick Vic, not a part of I Stand With Vic, not a part of, the Republican Party, the Democrat Party, not a part of this shit. Like, I reserve the right to call out people for being complete fucking retards, right? If this are the, what do they call them? The weird, the culture war weirdos. Like, I gotta be honest, Katrina Leonidakis is right. Like, if you're gonna get this bent out of shape over a little seasoning added to an otherwise bland localization, like, I'm gonna go to battle with you. Like, that's ridiculous to get up in arms about this. Reading this reminded me of the original version, the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy Tactics. It's not that the translator was reckless, but the level of English translation was simply low. For example, even a proper noun, Hokuten Kishidan, was changed to Hokuten Knights. At the time, even within the development team, people questioned, is this okay? But the schedule was the priority, and the process continued as is. So when overseas players complimented me on how good Final Fantasy Tactics was, I thought and still think, really? Because they didn't use the word Kishidan? You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is like getting upset over the fact that in Berserk, the Band of the Hawk is actually the Band of the Falcon. Yeah. But the Band of the Hawk sounds so much fucking better that nobody fucking cares. Like, that sounds so much better in English than Band of the Falcon. Like, holy shit.
I like Band of the Falcon better.
You will always be
And
the
then,
one
and then we get
exception
to the
everything I
and
say.
then we get to the Millennium Hawk arc, and I was like, oh
Yeah.
wait, there's a reference.
Yeah, the Millennium Falcon. Vagrant Story, on the other hand, had a high level of English translation and received high praise overseas. Thanks to Alex, blah, 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 for the English translation since Vagrant Story, he has also been in charge of Final Fantasy XII and Tactics over a remake and evaluation of the English translation scale. Honestly, I got to give it to them. Like, the person who originally did this is getting thrown under the bus for nothing.
So the question is, are you gonna buy it?
Fuck no. What is this? I don't know. Think I have time for these? I played through Resident Evil Village at the easiest difficulty just to fucking get it over with. I just wanted to get in and out. It still took me 12 hours. Okay? No, I am not going to waste my time on a grinding RPG because I already have Sea of Stars and probably, possibly, maybe could happen Godshard Chronicles. I've had a year to think about it and decide not to pay, right? So let's read. I just want to read like the last three here and just see if they save the worst for last kind of thing. You bastard! You intend to purge the whole continent into plunge the whole continent into war. Oh, fuck! How could anybody goddamn read? Okay, you seek to plunge the continent into war. Fevrith need not suffer your delusions. Oh, okay, that's not great, but it is not the duty of a ruler to engage in ceaseless petty squabbles, exchanging territory back and forth. Becomes a proper ruler demands unity, not pointless politicking with insufferable neighbors. It is my duty to take back our former territory with my own hands. Now I shall achieve the unity through conquest and reclaim that which is right. I'm okay with all of these, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't see what the problem is.
So I just want to point out again, when Jamie Markey says they can only come up with one line, it's a trap to argue that this is like worthy of treating it like it's not a perfectly acceptable way to translate things. Like,
Yeah.
show me
We've
in the thing
mentioned
where
this
they
before,
injected
but like, where do you
Gamergate.
draw the line? Like, where do you like? Where's the line here? That
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Right. And this is why, again, I have said from the beginning, fan of localization, not a fan of vocalization. There is a difference. You know it when you see it. End of story. Moving on. A Steam curator has warned players if Sweet Baby Ink is involved in a game. Libs of TikTok, huh? So, this is what they've made. It is a list on Steam that just acts as a tracker for games involved with Sweet Baby Ink. Tales of Kenzera Zal. Not recommended. Mentioned on Sweet Baby Ink's newsletter. webarchive.org/web/blah, blah. Like, so literally Wayback Machine showing it. Used to be featured on the website. Here's an archive. Used to be featured on the SBI's website. Here's an archive. Mentioned in their last update post that decided they decided to involve SBI, Sweet Baby Ink. Here's the proof, right? So literally just saying like, hey, Sweet Baby Ink worked on this game. Here's a list of all the games that I could find on Steam, right? Now, we found that there are actually additional ones that aren't on there, possibly because they don't have a Steam version. They've worked on more games here. This is how they handled it. Sweet Baby Ink employees incite harassment campaign against Steam curator. Individuals who work with Sweet Baby Ink have begun a harassment campaign against the creator of the Sweet Baby Ink detected Steam curator. The curation page is intended to inform users whether a game has relied on Sweet Baby's narrative consultation service. Critics of Sweet Baby, and just in case you're new here or you don't remember, Sweet Baby Inc. was largely responsible for Justice, what was it called? Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League that we looked at a couple podcasts ago. And they said that we have to divorce ourselves from the idea that white players can't enjoy a game unless it looks like them or whatever. So critics of Sweet Baby believe that their mission of promoting inclusivity, they're also, we'll look at it in a minute. promoting inclusivity is done at the expense of a game's narrative quality, right? So they believe that the mission of promoting inclusivity is done at the expense of the game's narrative, right? So they shoehorn in gender identity and diversity and inclusion bullshit, and the game suffers overall because of it. Meanwhile, the Sweet Baby employees criticize the curator for being ideologically motivated against woke people and have mocked the curator's attempts to legitimize their work by avoiding loaded language and instead focusing on informing consumers. The employees in question, Chris Kindred and Felix Kramer, have both mentioned the curator. Meanwhile, Kindred has encouraged their followers to mass flag the curator as well as his personal Steam account, seemingly to punish him. So Chris Kindred said this: the Steam curator harassment group Sweet Baby Inc. Detected is led by this person, Cabrutus Rambo. Here's them trying to be slick so they don't get reported. Even with the discriminatory language filed off, the group itself still fails the code of conduct. Anyway, report the fuck out of this group. Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, right? That's the one we were just looking at. And report the creator, since he loves his account so much. Get rid of Cabrutus. For example, Steam doesn't have guidelines for curators, as far as I can tell, that would prevent someone from starting a curation group that focuses on, say, Sweet Baby Inc. and warns people to not buy games they're associated with, which could just list any game at all. They got community noted. Readers added context. The curator uses Sweet Baby Inc.'s website for their source. Also, it should be noted, Lego Butts, Felix Kramer, Lego Butts works for Sweet Baby Inc., right? So Kindred also claims the curator runs afoul of Steam's code of conduct, which says interactions should not be abusive, disparaging, or inflammatory, nor create an environment that is unwelcoming. However, as stated previously, the curator has been tidying up their page in order to focus on informing consumers. Kramer, on the other hand, accuses the curator of being able to arbitrarily list any game that they want as being involved with Sweet Baby and questions its accuracy and legitimacy. However, the tweet has since received a community note which explains the curator uses Sweet Baby's own website as a resource. They also use the game's credits and verify their involvement before posting. So there's also a little bit more to that thread that ended with the community noting. Also, they were responsible for this atrocious wall of every kind of flag possible. Yeah. Sweet Baby Inc. came to be seen as a key player in the Western video games industry's ongoing deference to ESG and DEI philosophies. That's the, environments, societal and governance, and diversity, social. You're right. Environment, social and governance, and diversity, equity, and inclusion philosophies. They also changed characters. I think it was Agroba or whatever. Angroba in God of War Ragnarok, right? Is now black. Despite this list being curated both based on publicly available information and with an intent to warn consumers no different than those at the heart of similar Steam curator pages, which bring attention to instances of censorship or de novo DRM, the fact that it centered on their work specifically led to a public outcry over its existence from Sweet Baby Inc. employees. The first was consultant Maya Felix Kramer, who voiced, this is Lego Butts, right? Who voiced her objection to the page amidst a Twitter thread decrying the recent speculation that audiences' rejection of DEI initiatives have played some part in the ongoing wave of video game industry layoffs. No. Truth be told, and in fact, one of Fortune 500 CEOs even came out and said that these massive layoffs happening at companies is because companies are utilizing AI. They're starting to work it in. They all went to that Tony Robbins event I had to sit through, and Tony Robbins told them to go home and fire everybody and replace them with AI. That's what's happening. All right.
No one no one really talks about it, but there was also an arms race in terms of hiring people during COVID. So all of these companies overhired, and now are cutting the fat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So there's a whole thread before the line that we already read that has the community note. So I'm just going to show you some of what they had to say. I get to see a lot of tweets somehow blaming diversity as the reason for layoffs genuinely, as if the economy was doing really great and capitalism simply worked before Miles Morales was Spider-Man. Asterisk, they also don't recognize Miles as Spider-Man.
Oh my God.
The biggest crime.
So that's they're referencing the fact that like every other week the fucking hashtag or saying whatever Spider-Man is, or Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Miles Morales is Miles Morales.
Mhm.
Like what is it? Geeks and not geeks. Well, yeah, they're part of Geeks and Gamers, but
Yeah.
Friday Night Tights and Yellow Flash, they both post those tweets all the time whenever they're looking for Twitter engagement, because they know it freaks everyone out.
I couldn't help but notice the game was called Spider-Man Miles Morales.
Yeah, and that's their whole point. And it's like they don't even care to understand what the point is being
It's
made.
almost like they fucking know. It's almost like they goddamn know the reason why you have to differentiate them.
Well,
you don't call Spider-Man 2099 Spider-Man. You call him Spider-Man 2099, right? Like it's a fucking different character. God damn it.
But that's like the tweets. Hold on, let me turn my. The tweets are referencing the fact that Spider-Man 29 is a separate character, and whenever you refer to Spider-Man 2099, you always say Spider-Man 29, 2099, or Spider-Gwen, that kind of thing. And with Miles Morales, they never gave him another name. So he's always just been Spider-Man, like Miles Morales, because they didn't want to give him another name because that would take away the fact that he's actually Spider-Man from the Ultimate Universe. So he's just, but obviously everyone refers to the original Spider-Man as Spider-Man, and he will always be second fiddle. So he will now be referred to as Miles Morales.
I want to live in a world where they called him Spider N-word, and they're mad that we won't refer to him as anything but Miles Morales, right? I like how you reverted to blackface. Anyway, yeah,
I like the Ring of Trojan Spider.
The Trojan. Oh, Spider Trojan, I like it. Okay, yeah. So it's fucking absurd, and literally, again, cultural colonization, right? That they need to, right? That they need to, they're upset that we don't accept that the established character remains like, that like the established character of Spider-Man remains relevant in spite of being replaced, right? Like that people look at the hero that's been around since what, the fucking 50s, and remember him as Peter Parker instead of
60s,
yeah. So whatever, but they remember him as Peter Parker because he's had a goddamn 60 years establishment, right? Versus just like this is Spider-Man. It's like, no, it's not. It's a different character. Like you don't erase George Washington just because you've had 46 some odd other presidents. You know what I mean? That's fucking absurd.
Ethan Van Sciver had a good point, and I don't know if I 100% believe it, but it's a good theory in that there's a loophole in copyright law that says that an original creator, even though they sell the rights to a company of their creation, can buy back their ownership or like claw it back, not buy it back, but claw it back from even though they sold it from the company after like, I don't know, it's like 50 years or something. It's a long time, but there is this like catch
Like the estate
break
can get it back.
glass. Yeah, safety hatch thing. And
No. No! Oh no, Peter Darker. The cool 2T. Did you just come up with that? Because that is fucking brilliant, and I'm gonna steal it. Miles Morales is Peter Darker. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Peter Darker. That's fucking... Oh, full credit to Eric. Oh, that is fucking great. Oh my god. Gemini AI did erase George Washington. My theory is that Marvel killed Ultimate Spider-Man because they wanted to replace him with Miles Morales. Peter Parker is always being done dirty, even in the alternate universe. Yeah.
Well, they definitely killed Peter in the Ultimate Universe to replace him. Ethan Van Sciver's theory was that because the clawback situation was going to kick in with Spider-Man, they wanted to pivot and use a newly created Spider person that had all the same powers as Spider-Man and was based in the Spider-Man world, but did not infringe on the original 1960s copyright of
so
Spider-Man.
that they could keep that, but lose the original.
So if they did lose the original, they would just make Miles Morales books, and he would still be Spider-Man, but he wouldn't be the 1960s Steve Ditko Spider-Man. So that's why they decided to keep him distinct and not call him something else. They wanted to make him Miles Morales, and I think that kind of makes sense. I don't know if
so
actually
here's the thing that is amazing to me about this, like the amount of like controlling aspect of these individuals. They also don't recognize Miles as Spider-Man. Okay, but far and away the fan base, I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a fan of comics in general, but largely the fan base accepts Miles.
Yeah,
right?
That's the whole thing. The people that are making this argument on Twitter about like, oh, Miles Morales is Miles Morales, are not saying he's not factually Spider-Man. Like,
or that they don't like. My point about bringing this up is that while people outright reject Riri Williams as a black teenage girl Iron Man, people largely accept Miles Morales because it feels more earned the way that he attained.
It was
position.
also, it was done earlier before the whole like, you know, every other character is getting replaced. So now we notice. And also they did do it. It's like Marvel building up to the Avengers versus DC doing Justice League, right?
Yeah, and it's also, I would say, early enough that that when it occurred, can I have you do me a favor? Can you stick that laptop in my bag for work? Thank you. What? Yeah, I think so. Are you okay? Are you feeling all right? Okay. We'll see how it is in the morning, okay? Anyway, so it happened early enough, I think, that it's kind of like the whole situation with the black actress in Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of shit here too. You might have to just take the so it happened early enough that it didn't break the immersion, because it may have started the trend, but it was early on enough that people, like the motives behind doing it seemed to be more about copyright. I mean, I'm not saying that we perceived that when it was occurring, but because the motives were less about shoving diversity and inclusion down your throat and more about what they were trying to do with the copyright, the motivation behind it didn't cloud, like the DEI motivation didn't cloud actually writing a story as the way it did with all the other instances of race swapping and bullshit.
Writing the story is the key thing.
Because also nobody really cared when Samuel L. Jackson's character, what's his name again?
Nick Fury.
Nobody really cared when he got race swapped either.
So that's what I was going to say. So Asmund Gold had brought up, has been mentioning it frequently, and that is, people don't give a shit actually about the diversity crap. They care that they're writing shit stories.
Yes.
In the name of diversity.
Yes.
All they have to do is write good stories, and people will like the characters. And so, it's not like Miles Morales was the first race swapped character. We had Nick Fury. We had Hal Jordan got replaced by Jon Stewart.
Mm-hmm. Far and away the best Green Lantern too.
Captain America was replaced by Falcon, right? At one point. In the comics, like way before, and now when they do it, it's like, oh yeah, but when they did it before, it was like whatever. It's because back then it was like, okay, it's written well enough, or people didn't give a shit enough, like they didn't care enough about it to pull up a stink. But now it's like it's a big red flag. So now people are being more scrutinized to the actual story, and it's like, okay, well now you have to be a good story to get away with doing this. Otherwise, you're just looking like one of the, cash grab DCEU movies coming out, right, by Schneider, and they were all shit because they were trying to rush what Avengers did in 10 years in 1 year, and that's just not going to work.
Didn't we have?
I saw something recently about like an Aztec Batman or something. Like, what the fuck is that shit?
No, that's not the one.
Like a DC, like a DC animated movie. It looks like it's going out.
The DC animated movies have actually been pretty good. Although, well, I mean, maybe not in the last 5 or 6 years, but I haven't watched the recent ones, but they used to be good.
Yeah,
I'm gonna find that tweet from Asmongold that we looked at, where he said basically said like, oh no, it was about Pal World. That's why I can't find it. That's what he said. Yes, this is the one. Yeah. So this is illustrating the point you made about like the characters, like nobody cared about the diversity and stuff. It's not about the diversity. It's about telling a shit game and putting up the shield like, well, you only don't like our lack of effort because the character's black and you're racist, right? So this was his take on Pal World we talked about previously. The success of Pal World proves that the only thing customers actually care about is a good game. AI, slavery, bestiality, copyright infringement. It's a video game. These are pretend problems that people don't actually care about. Make a good game, people will buy the game. It's simple. Translate that now to what we were just talking about regarding, like, nobody cares that Miles is black. Like, that has nothing to do with him not being referred to as Spider-Man. The reason he's not referred to as Spider-Man is because fucking Peter Parker is Spider-Man and he has 60 years on him. If Miles... Yeah, exactly. If Miles Morales came out in 1967 or something and was the mainstay Spider-Man for 50 some odd years, yeah, people would view him as Spider-Man because he's outlived and holds all the cultural authority of the character for 50 fucking years. But that's not what we're dealing with here, Now, anyway, I want to get back to this because we've only looked at one of the tweets so far. Let's go back to
not even 3 hours in yet. Wow.
So they also don't recognize Miles as Spider-Man. The weirdest part is when I see these takes from developers or people who have dev bios, at least, I don't know, it seems wild that a dev would see thousands of layoffs and blame not the industry giants, but instead a 15-person narrative company founded by a black woman. Right? Like,
well, let's be real though. Like, if these companies were making billions of dollars on each one of these, AAA games, they would be keeping those employees. Like,
exactly. Seriously, the lack of self-awareness. The worst part is when I see these takes from developers or people with dev bios, at least it seems like it would be weird. You'd think they look at these thousands of lists and blame the industry giants. But instead, it's the 15-person narrative company founded by a black woman. Well, when you're the common denominator in all of these shit games, fuck yeah, people notice. When your goddamn calling card is trans rights on every fucking game, yes, people fucking notice. It's unbelievable. And it's like, literally, it's like, oh, it's not the industry giants that are to blame. It's like, no, because up until now, their track record has been that they've made games you could sit down and enjoy. And now you're getting force-fed trans flags all over New York City and Spider-Man.
And you can't mod them out.
And you get banned for creating a mod that reverts them to an American flag, which is the version of the game that they had to release in Saudi Arabia.
I forgot about that.
These people think a company of narrative designers that freelances on projects has somehow single-handedly caused the employment collapse in games. And no, I just think you've caused the collapse in games being good, right? Like, there are so many games that would be a perfect 10 if not for the fact that you came in like a bull in a china shop and put trans flags all over the place and force-fed everybody your bullshit.
Also, this is kind of a side note, I guess, but I think like a lot of these people come in and they'll put a character in like, oh yeah, the black character, and then they'll come out and make a big stink about it, like the first black character, and it's like, but it's not the first black character. Like, here's a number of other characters, and because it was Friday,
I don't remember who was the originator of this quote. If anybody knows, I'd love to give them credit when I say it, but somebody coined it very well, where they said, leftists are always trying to rewrite history so they can make it. Meaning they want to erase the cultural impact of diversity in entertainment in the past so they can claim that their first black superhero movie, Hancock, was not that long ago. Blade, Meteor Man, like fucking we've had black superheroes going back, Spawn, like it's not your position to be able to come in here and say you did it first when you fucking didn't, and everybody goddamn knows it. Like, we're not going to pretend that reality is different just so that you can feel good about yourself.
On Friday, I was listening to Rebecca Black's Friday because it was
a common
Friday.
occurrence?
It happens every once in a while. But
okay.
if you recall,
listen,
that
man,
video.
Look, if you were at a high school and they like play it every Friday and you've heard it a billion goddamn times, it's like, yeah, naturally, it's Friday, so I heard Rebecca Black's Friday, so that's what got me thinking. If that was you work from home, buddy. Like, that was a choice. You typed that shit in.
Someone says it's Friday, and then it gets in my head, and I'm like, oh, it's Friday. It's catchy, okay? It's sung terribly, but it is catchy. I got it. Although, I mean, some of the lyrics is also hot garbage.
You just sing along to the rap bit, right?
No. But anyway, my point in bringing it up is that Rebecca Black was hated. Everyone hated her, and the video got like the most thumbs down in all of YouTube, right? And why? Was it because she put out a shit video and a shit song? No, that is not why. The reason why is because the music producer that she hired went around and tried to convince the news, and for some reason did convince them, that Rebecca Black was the next Justin Bieber. She is not anywhere close to the next Justin Bieber. There was no business having those two names in the same sentence. That is why people hated the song, because they were given expectations.
Okay,
and then
I would just like to point out,
drowned.
for future reference, that story did not. Your name changed. That story did not require you to say, yeah, I was just listening to Rebecca Black the other day because naturally it was Friday. Right? That point could have been made without that admission.
Well, so, I give the full story.
It is a good point, though. It is a good point because
Reese, where'd you go?
I don't know. He did himself somehow. It is a really good point, though, because you bring up the fact, like, there are bad movies and there are bad movies. You know, there are movies you watch because they're bad, and there's movies you get up and walk out of because they are bad, you know? So you can sit through The Room 1,000 times and enjoy it and quote it and everything, and the experience of watching a train wreck movie like that is positive. But sitting through a piece of shit that is lecturing you left and right and hangs on shots way too long, doesn't know how to like properly tell a narrative story, becomes overly confusing, seems like they ran out of a budget midway through, and pretended like they didn't, kind of thing, versus like Velocipaster, where it cuts to a shot that literally has text on screen that says like VFX car on fire, as though it was like a placeholder that they ran out of money to fill in and then just said, fuck it, let's leave it in, kind of thing. Like, there are things like that where you can experience a movie that's shit and a movie that's so bad it's good. In this regard, I would say that is one of the reasons, like, it's sort of a different look at the point you're making regarding the Rebecca Black song. It's like, that song, I think, I would have thought, became viral to the degree it did because A, everybody was making fun of it, and B, because every goddamn high school in the country, for some reason, decided to play it. It's like in the Office, when Andy first becomes manager, he starts playing the song Closing Time at the end of the workday, and he does it every fucking day, right? And it's like, it just seems like the thing to do because the song's about closing and everybody they don't have to go home, but they can't stay here and all. So it's like, that's the same thing they did with Fridays. It's Friday, let's play the song about Friday, right? Autistically, they thought to themselves. And so that dramatically increases the number of plays because roughly, what would you say, like 36 weeks a year, every half the schools in America at least are playing this fucking song on repeat. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, the point is that that's not what's occurring with Sweet Baby Inc., right? Like, in their mind, they are the next Justin Bieber. But to everybody else, it's like, it's a movie that is not so bad it's good. It's so bad that every second of it is literal torture to sit through, you know? So, man, I hope Reese is okay. Can we look up if a nuke got dropped in Iowa? These people think a company of narrative designers that freelances on projects has somehow single-handedly caused the employment collapse in games instead of, the insane notion of infinite growth or capitalist greed. It's easier to blame diversity than that somehow. It's just the level of IQ that it requires to blame everything on capitalism and everything I don't like is racist kind of thing versus acknowledging in the free market that in order for your bullshit, interpretive dance degree or what do they call it? Lesbian dance theory, In order for that to make you money, you need customers. You need customers to survive, no matter what you do in life. If you provide a service that's useful, you make money and you survive. If you don't, you go out of business, right? Like, that's natural. Literally any person who has a job understands this. And yet some people who have conned their way up through these DEI initiatives, you know, where they are like government, what do you call it? Like subsidized effectively to keep their industry, to keep themselves in the industry. And they basically just weasel their way in. Like, yeah, we're your, what do you call it? Like, you know, the fucking panel of trans people that Jello Apocalypse talked about for the localization of Lovely Complex. We ran it by a panel of transies, and they said the our changes to the dub were okay, right? It's like when they did that episode of Family Guy, and Seth MacFarlane talked about showing it to a bunch of rabbis to get approval, right? Oh yeah, Peter learns his lesson in the end. It's okay. For that one where he sings the "I Need a Jew" song.
I don't remember that one.
You don't know that? I don't know. It's from like season 3. Anyway, they go on to say, I still think it's way more likely that they know that's not the case and are just fine with looking stupid, so long as it justifies them being loudly anti-woke, whatever that means. We all know what it means. Again, just the level of IQ of a person to believe that, like, literally hook, line, and sinker believe that it's because it's because you're racist. Oh, well, you have a problem with what I do? Well, it's because you're racist. You know, imagine living in that life, right? Where, like, this is like, you know, when you see like the preppy, prissy, you know, kids who are brought up by the mom who, like, how dare you talk to my child that way? You've done nothing. You can do no wrong, little princess. Like, you know, they kind of like raise them to believe that their shit doesn't stink. That's effectively what we have with these DEI people who believe you could only decry me because you're racist, right?
Yeah.
That you're like, that's effectively how they've been raised, is that like their shit doesn't stink. So the other part of this is that it doesn't matter if you tell them the truth. They think DEI just steps in and changes whole games. That creators are forced. Look, you don't have to change the whole game. If you stick a drop of diarrhea in a soup, I don't want to eat it. All right, okay. You don't have to fucking change the whole game. It could be the greatest fucking game ever. Games that are literally a perfect fucking 10. You put that drop of diarrhea in there, and it is shit nobody wants to touch. It's that fucking simple. The creators are forced by some unseen hand, the government, BlackRock, I guess, as well as just people of color in general, to make games more inclusive. Look, I don't know that I would say that they're forced. They're incentivized by ESG grants. Yes. Yeah. So yes, government. Government has come in and subsidized your role. Your role exists. The reason you have had any business in the industry at all is not because you're talented. It is because you are the quickest way to check a box to get an ESG grant, so that even when your game sales tank, you still make a profit, because the government, mainly actually the people, are footing the bill for your bullshit product nobody actually wants. Fighting misinformation would be great, but social media plus YouTube is not equipped to hold people accountable to doing real research in good faith. Look, nobody has to do any research to realize that when they see like George Floyd Avenue in fucking Spider-Man, then it breaks their immersion. It's not that fucking hard. I don't need goddamn research to know that when I step into your dog shit, that it smells like dog shit. Just getting hits and proving their point in the absence of confirmation. It's wild out there. Nothing has changed. Nothing. Sorry. No one thing has changed. No. One thing has changed. Improper grammar there, no comma. The number of people who understand that spreading misinformation just lets them be racist in public with no consequence has increased dramatically. That has changed. Probably requires some fighting from those with authority. Probably. Anyway, then they go on to, for example, Steam doesn't have guidelines for its curators. Then they get community noted. Rather than admit to her misunderstanding of the situation, Kramer instead responded to the community note by protesting. It's pretty funny to see a note on my Steam curator post. I guess they need to defend themselves because they're completely wrong about everything Sweet Baby or any narrative team does and have no interest in finding out. Here's them trying to be slick so they don't get reported. Even with the discriminatory language filed off, the group itself still fails the code of conduct. All right. In the screenshot shared by Kindred, this is the other person we were talking about before, Cabrutus Rambo can be seen allegedly confirming that he started the list, quote, to make people aware of those who try to corrupt our beloved hobby, and declaring his intent to use more neutral language in order to avoid any bans or reports. However, since beating his chest so publicly, Kindred, right, this person who we read first, has both deleted all of his above tweets on the topic and set his account to private. The official Sweet Baby Inc. Twitter account has also locked their account. And they will still think they are the victim. Still. Like, criticism can't exist because I am, perfect princess, right? And so anybody who says anything mean to me it's because they're racist, right? Continue to live that way. The attention has done little to perturb the curator himself, Cabrutus Rambo, as recent days have seen him retweeting memes, embracing the name Krampus Rambo, thanks to YouTuber Asmongold, and boasting about having received a block from Kindred. Man, I was almost forgetting how much fun the internet can be. Thanks, everybody, for all the messages and support. Let's put the keys of the gaming industry back in the players' hands. So, Learning the Law, manga lawyer, says, Sweet Baby Inc. employee advocates for diversity and inclusion, tries to censor a Brazilian user from Latin America. I don't think this will improve their reputation. So the Krampus, Cabrutus here, is Brazilian. He's from Brazil, right? And he goes on to say, oh, and by the way, I'm not a Latinx. We hate this term. Hear that, Sweet Baby Inc.? Grum says, the cancel pigs are at it again. Sweet Baby Inc. narrative writer is trying to get Steam to ban the group that simply reports on if Sweet Baby writes DEI content for a game. They want his Steam account banned, his games taken away, and the group gone so they can work in secret. Chris, right? Chris, your cancellation efforts are simply bullying. If you are so proud of the work you do, why are you trying so hard to hide it? To which I saw this and I thought this was fucking wonderful. At Sweet Baby Inc., we've revised your favorite games to make sure they're woke, diverse, inclusive, and spread tolerance through the world. Oh, then I'll make a list so people know which titles you worked on. Click. What were you going to say?
It's just so stupid that, like, if the same exact curated list came out and it was just titled, look at all the great diversity games, they wouldn't have 1 ounce of issue with it. And
the literal only problem they have with it is that it says not recommend.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't use Steam. I've never had a Steam account. I don't fucking know. But I imagine you have to choose some form of rating. Is there a neutral? Like, if you're curating a list, it's either because you're suggesting a game or not suggesting it, right?
I've never even used
that's just
the
how it
feature
seems
before.
To me.
But
yeah, like is this not exactly the problem that libs of TikTok fights on a daily basis? Literally taking their own content and republishing it.
It was on their website.
Sees it.
Yeah,
that's literally all it is. Literally all it is, and they act like it's the end of the fucking world. So, Juan says, and this is relevant information because I will not buy a single game where Sweet Baby has worked on it. As a customer, I deserve to be informed about these things. 1K. There you go, buddy. All right. You have any more thoughts on that before we continue?
No, I said most of it, what I wanted to say. The main thing is, like, it's the idiocy that a person, they're trying to get someone canceled and their Steam account banned and all of their games, they deleted basically, because they made a list that was already on their website. And they put their names in the credits. They want you to know they worked on the games. They're just butthurt that they're not the people that are being liked right now. Stupid.
Hello, Danny. I hope things are going well. I know you're feeling the heat at work like me. I hope that you're okay. Nuxie says, it's okay, Random. I too am a man of culture. This was in reference to Friday, by the way. This rig is tripping me out. I'm dying, referring to your VTuber thing, I think. Looked like you were about to kiss Spider-Man. Oh. Can you give us a kiss? I need to know. They should escape into space if they don't like capitalism, like Tim Curry. Red Lip. Space. Wouldn't capitalism lead to a booming gaming industry? Yeah. If you actually, hired individuals based on their contribution to the game. Oh no, your body. And didn't exclusively hire them based on arbitrary bullshit. So by the way, real quick, Random 11, let's talk about your thing. Can you go to the view where you have the circle around your head? Okay. I bet you to the audience that is not the same color as this one.
It's not.
It's not, right? Yeah. So, to the audience, in StreamYard, for some reason, this is the color we see, but on YouTube, it's like a lighter gray, I think, right? Oh, it's not even. It's like a cool gray versus a warm gray thing going on. Anyway, I guess they're kind of both cool gray. No, I think Reese and Greenline are in a little bit of a warmer gray. Anyway,
I tried. I was trying to trick you guys and not reveal that I.
It was a spectacular reveal. You did a phenomenal job. Not giving the market what they want is why gaming is collapsing. Nobody wants to pay to be lectured to. Yeah, what they want is to play Stellar Blade. Someone pointed out Sweet Baby is acting like a cockroach when someone turns on the lights. Yeah. Should we avoid recommending Sweet Baby games to AC? Yes.
He already has the list and he's checked it twice.
All right. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Did I just fuck up our... Unfortunately, Square Enix employs Sweet Baby Inc. So Square Enix has retroactively censored Final Fantasy VII Remake's flashback scene with Tifa. 4 years after the game came out. In what may seem like a completely petty move, Square Enix has gone back to Final Fantasy VII Remake ahead of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's launch just to update the game with a 4.5 gigabyte patch that changes an ending line and censoring Tifa's classic cowgirl look with a black undershirt. Before patch, after patch. RIP. Before patch, after patch. Said Tifa model only appears for a very short period in the flashback shown in Final Fantasy Remake Intergrade, bringing up the question of why it was even done at all. Some fan explanations for this sudden update are to make it more consistent with the censored version already present in Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core Reunion, as well as the censored versions that appear in Rebirth. As expected, some opposing people on social media ignore how this sets a dangerous big-name precedent for the industry with retroactive censorship even years down the line. This is why we buy physical. Wow, is that your gaming chair?
Yeah.
For a second, I thought that like you were gonna get raped by like a doughy person. I
Big
don't
Hero
know.
6 in a vest.
Yeah. There you go. Wow. What you need are some tits. Nice. You need some Twitch thought tits. Anyway, as expected, some opposing people on social media ignore how this sets a dangerous big name precedent for the industry with retroactive censorship even years down the line. Instead, focusing on how the fictional character Tifa was 15 years old in the flashback, and that people against the change should be on a watch list, and that Adult Swimsuit Tifa is there to ogle instead. All right, I believe it was the wise words of anime feminist writer Caitlin Moore who said, "That's exactly the choice I would make at her age when I say that when I was in high school, every 15-year-old girl wore outfits they tried to reveal, like they were revealing outfits even when there were no assets to reveal. This is accurate. We should not localize it for the feelings of impressionable teenagers. Anime feminist was right. Hashtag."
Wait, hold on. They should actually be against this because this is basically the dignified thing.
Slut shaming. Right? Yeah.
They're literally raping Tifa right now.
It's unbelievable. She needs to get back at those chuds or whatever that thing was. Did you guys see that thing? Oh, I got it. So we covered the Dignify thing. I think that was last podcast, right? And oh my god! So the Rolling Stone wrote that article. What was it titled? 4chan chuds used AI to clothe her. She fought back. Yeah. So. So Dignify came in and did it again. Whoo! All right.
I mean, there's no saving the face though, but
nah. Anyway, yeah. So they said you should be on a watch list. Ogle her adult titties. She's real. Of course, modders immediately began making a decensor patch for the PC version, only for the mod to be where Nexus mods drew the line of what was deemed acceptable. The decensorship patch can still be found here. A look at how Tifa's cowgirl look has changed over the years. Well, look, if this is if this is what the Your Name producer was pursuing, then I don't know, man. I think he has a solid defense that he didn't know, right? So this is, they said, looks like they are finally listening to the people actually playing their games, right? Regarding the beach scene. Never mind, they added an 8 gigabyte update that just censors Tifa's cowgirl outfit. And then we've also got this. The remake update also breaks a vital PC mod. The update broke the important Final Fantasy VII Hook mod on PC. This mod unlocks the dev console, giving access to console commands for the RPG, as well as easy changes to the game's CVARs. This also let modders fix big issues with the PC release, like visual stuttering. As of the new update, the mod is now unusable. Can't have nice things.
I mean, that one might not have been intentional, to be fair, but
yeah, but I don't care if it was intentional. When you
suck, yes.
When you put a little drop of diarrhea, you ruin the entire game. Final Fantasy VII Remake mod restoring TV's on center counter also removed by Nexus mods. Yeah, so they also removed the mod. That's the news here. Tifa's outfit only appeared in a cutscene. Some fans were quickly able to undo Square Enix censorship. Uploaded to Nexus mods within 24 hours of the patch's release, the uncensored Nibelheim flashback video files mod restored the cutscene to its original state by way of simply switching out the offending video file for its pre-patch version. But just one day after its uploading, players discovered that the mod was taken down by the site's administration and remains unavailable. In a post to his Discord server, the mod's creator, Tifa Bro, who has also made several other Final Fantasy VII Remake outfit mods for the main adult version of the character, confirmed that it had been removed by Nexus mod staff due to Tifa being 15 years old during the scene in question. Per Tifa Bro, but what about in the world of Midgar, the age of consent's 15? Checkmate, right? Like, per Tifa Bro, Nexus Mods community manager Happy Barra.
I like the persona. What would you call it? Yeah.
Argument.
The mod changed the age.
Right. Yeah. She got held back. We made her dumber.
the mod adds in the old outfit, but also changes her age canonically to be 18.
The mod slips a driver's license into her pocket.
Just a note pinned to her pocket that says, "I am 18." Written in crayon. It's like when you have to sign the permission slip for your children, right? And they like pin it to your shirt when you go to school so you don't lose it, right? But it just says, "I am 18, you may lewd me," signed, you fuck off, right? How old are you now? Don't do anything lewd. Oh, shit.
Oh, I thought this was supposed to be a backpack, right?
Oh. I thought it was the back.
Lewd.
Yeah, I thought it was the back of a girl's head who you were lowering it for a reason.
We'll give you some private time.
That blue blob is a pedo.
Put the pedo bear in there behind the telephone pole.
It was a blanket. I misread it.
Where was I? It had been removed by Nexus Mod due to be 15-year-old. Per Tifa Bro, Nexus Mod's community manager Happy Bar reportedly informed him, "We do not wish to host a mod that portrays an underage character in a way that the original designers deemed was no longer appropriate." Tifa Bro then shared the mod files within Discord, which has since gone on to being spread around on Twitter and other social media platforms. Nexus mods have been known to remove mods they deem offensive. This includes a gender swap mod for Baldur's Gate 3, which removed a lesbian romance, mods to remove the pronoun modifier from Starfield, and a mod which replaced LGBT pride flags with the US flag in Marvel's Spider-Man Remaster, the last one being removed despite it making the exact same edits to the game Sony did to get the game released in the Middle East. Oh, man, I almost like I said that earlier already. Yeah.
Fuck the Indian players in the States, right?
Say what?
Fuck the Indian players from the States. It's like they had the U.S. flags for India, right?
No, for the Middle East.
For whatever.
For like the Saudi Arabians, yeah.
Whatever. Fuck those players who are.
Fuck the Muslims in the U.S. is what you meant to say.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Somebody clip that. During the writing of this article, the Nibelheim flashback fix was available on Nexus mods from another modder. It stated that it fixes the video bug in the Nibelheim flashback introduced in version 1.003. This mod was also removed before publication. All right. Now, I would like to do a service here to Vera Dark, who covered this and said, Square Enix censors Tifa outfit in 4-year-old Final Fantasy VII Intergrade. Sweet Baby Inc. and Ethics Department approved. Now, Sweet Baby Inc. was involved in Forspoken for Square Enix, right? I don't know if they're involved in Final Fantasy specifically. However, Square Enix did have that scandal about their ethics department, right? Where they had like a department designed to remove all problematic things before it even gets into the game, which again, Anime Feminist said, that white are sanitizing the localization to remove problematic elements, blah, blah, all that shit, right? So now they're just trying to make sure it never gets in the game so that there is no controversy, right? So Vera had a perfectly reasonable take on it. The mention of Sweet Baby Inc. for some reason got the ire of Lofty Pixels, who said, "Sweet Baby who? Cope harder. Look at these tatas," right? To which Vera replied, "They look amazing. Not everything in the game is censored, and I'm happy about that. But that doesn't excuse the fact that as we're heading to an all-digital future, a major gaming company casually went in and changed content years later, L plus ratio." To which Lofty doubled down and said, "Booba exists, plus black fabric, plus L, plus pick me, plus ratios, stunning and brave." To which Vera said, "No need to be salty. You've gotten destroyed by a girl. It's okay, Lofty." By the way, Lofty Pixels, isn't that the editor for The Quartering?
At one point he was. I don't know if he still is or not.
Like, holy fuck. I knew people disliked this guy, but I had not encountered him in the wild until now. And then somebody else came in and said, it doesn't mean, and this is in reference to Lofty saying, like, cope harder, or actually it was in reference to Vera quote tweeting it and then backing her up with, it doesn't mean they didn't censor the ethics department more. Continue with Square Enix. Continue with Square Enix, which means more LGBTQ plus ideology and more censorship in the updates. Be careful, right? And so they pointed out, just like the general stuff about how it broke the mod and all that stuff. Before launch, day one patch, just as a joke, like this is going to happen in the new game, right? That we covered last podcast. And then Square wants gay Tifa. Western audiences demand Final Fantasy VII Rebirth LGBT edition, or LBGT as Flash calls it, for gamers. And Sweet Baby Inc. lists Square Enix as their clients on their website, right? So just throwing that out there, right? Again, I think it was for Forspoken they were probably involved in. Which, by the way, when I go to Book Off to try to buy a PS5 game, you would not fucking believe the sheer goddamn number of Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and Forspoken that they have for sale for like next to nothing. Because they have such a huge quantity of these shit games.
I mean, yeah, that happens with Starfield too, right? They can't get rid of them. Walmart was giving them away for fucking nothing, basically, right?
I don't know how I keep fucking this up. But somebody else had the same idea. Like, this is what is going to happen. They're going to take the titty scene and they're just going to raise up that thing so they're not as prominently displayed. And I saw this before last podcast, but chose not to cover it. And now I feel like I must. Final Fantasy VII Western spinoff. It's such a piece of art. Truly the epitome of modern audience. So they photoshopped on Mary Jane onto Aerith. And the girl from, what was that game we were just talking about yesterday?
Fable.
Fable, yeah. The shitty looking girl in the new Fable face on Tifa. And then Final Fantasy VII Rebirth physical discs are mislabeled in Japan and Asia. So to add insult to injury, there's a play disc and a data disc, and they put the label on the wrong one. So in order to play it, you have to install the data with the play disc and then play on the data disc. This only occurred in Asia, apparently. All right. In other news, Nintendo is suing Switch emulator Yuzu for piracy reasons. So Nintendo suddenly announced that they are suing the developers behind Yuzu, the Nintendo Switch emulator for PC, citing over 1 million lost sales of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and more. While similar game company versus emulator developer court cases have ended in losses for the game companies, it's possible Nintendo has grounding for their claims regarding Yuzu's development making money off early access Patreon access. In particular, Nintendo noted that Yuzu's Patreon doubled in members during the launch of Tears of the Kingdom, while illegally uploaded copies of the game reached 1 million downloads. Tears of the Kingdom has sold over 20 million copies since launch. Nintendo also apparently claims that Yuzu's developers violated DMCA and copyright infringement. Now, I had a highlight here. Nintendo alleges in the lawsuit that there is no lawful way to use Yuzu to play Nintendo Switch games, as the emulator requires the decrypting of the game's encryption, protection used so the games can only be used on genuine Switch hardware. It remains unclear why Nintendo hasn't acted on the folks behind the Yuzu emulator until now. The company previously filed copyright claims against other Switch emulators, Skyline, which ultimately got canceled. It's possible the paid Android version of Yuzu got the ire of Nintendo in comparison. And because we waited a day to do the podcast, this news came out. Nintendo Switch emulator Yuzu is going to shut down in the lawsuit, in the settlement with Nintendo. That didn't take long. Nearly a week after Nintendo has settled their lawsuit against the creator of Yuzu, nearly a week later, Nintendo has settled their lawsuit against the creators. The company behind Yuzu paying out $2.4 million to Nintendo and ceasing all distribution, promotion, and development and over control of their website, yuzuemulation.org, to Nintendo. With the emulator effectively being shut down, the team's $30,000 a month Patreon will likely be shut down too. The proposed settlement will call out Yuzu as being primarily designed for the purpose of circumventing technological measures, therefore violating the Digital Millennium.
Is he breaking up for you guys too?
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, hold on.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought it was my internet.
I thought mine went out again. Yep.
Rip.
Yeah, I noticed all of a sudden my screen share disappeared and it cut just to the background. I was like, uh-oh. I trust you can hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Anyway, I forgot where I was. As with any proposed settlement, it still requires the judge's approval. It still remains unclear why Nintendo hasn't acted on the folks behind the Yuzu emulator until now, as the emulator was available for a number of years, months after the Switch console itself launched. Nintendo previously filed copyright claims against other Switch emulator, Skyline, which ultimately got it canceled. It's possible Yuzu is being targeted due to emulating current generation technology, alongside requiring the circumventing of each game's encryption. Previous arguments for the lawsuit noted that The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was downloaded over 1 million times before its official launch, and that Yuzu's Patreon, which they used for support to develop the emulator, doubled during that time. Nintendo has been known to aggressively protect their intellectual property and/or copyright. A notorious case with an alleged Switch hacker named Gary Bowser ended with the person imprisoned, though released now, and fined millions of dollars, which he's still paying out. And then there's an update here where the folks behind Yuzu posted a statement after the settlement became public saying, "Hello, users and Citra fans. We write today to inform you that Yuzu and Yuzu support of Citra are being discontinued effective immediately. Yuzu and its team have always been against piracy. Have you? We started the project in good faith, out of passion for Nintendo and its consoles and games, and were not intended to cause harm. But we see now that because our projects can circumvent Nintendo's technological protection measures and allow users to play games outside of authorized hardware, they have led to extensive piracy. In particular, we have been deeply disappointed when users have used our software to leak game content prior to its release and ruin the experience for legitimate purchasers and fans. We have come to the decision that we cannot continue to allow this to occur. Piracy was never our intention, and we believe that piracy of video games and on video game consoles should end. Effective today, we will be pulling our code repositories offline, discontinuing our Patreon accounts and Discord servers, and soon shutting down our websites. We hope our actions would be a small step towards ending piracy of the creator's work. I don't know why that just triggered in my head was that scene in The Happening when the old lady, I haven't even seen this movie, I've had this scene described to me. The old lady's like, "You're here to kill me, aren't you?" And like Mark Wahlberg's like, "No, of course not." Like it's just like real, but
what? No.
But instead, imagine it's the Nazis, and they're like, "You're here to kill Jews." What? No. What? We love the Jews. My fellow Germans, it has come to our attention that Jews were dying in our gas chambers, and we're putting an end to them effective immediately. Like, it just seems like it's such a bizarre statement. Like, no, we've learned, it's come to our attention that people have been using our efforts to pirate. Oh no, that was not our intention. Anyway, so
yeah, I guess we could go through this. That they're in their Discords, there was some chats that got leaked that seemed to imply that they were not on their best behavior.
We don't support illegal activities. Dumping your purchased games and system files from your Switch is legal. Downloading them is not.
So that's the official stance on legality of emulating, right?
From the
You're
bot.
supposed to dump your own
From
stuff.
the bot that waits for somebody to ask a question that includes the word download and says, "Whoa, Yuzu is legal," right? All of this is okay except for the thing you asked for, right? All right, so they said, Rodrigo, have you heard about the new Xenoblade? Me, I don't give a fuck about Xenoblade. Well, we have to download it. Okay, use the stash. How big is it? Just 14 gigs. Fucking 14 gigs? This will take a while.
So, my understanding is that's a staff member or someone who works on the code anyway. I don't know. Act like basically bragging that they're pirating the game. I don't know if that has anything to do with them getting sued. In theory, it would be a different lawsuit about them directly pirating games instead of leading to the piracy of games. But
it says here they got greedy and worked with a sketchy Nintendo Online clone and tried to implement online play as a Patreon exclusive feature. When they found out this was illegal, they removed it the same day they launched it. Right. So can you give us the contact for your lawyer? Why? For reference. I'm sorry. Provide a book or article with citations and sources of information. I meant for what reference? It'd be nice to have something to reference this against. I am waiting on one more thing from my lawyer. That is the biggest and pretty much only hurdle left. Okay. You don't believe I actually have a lawyer? Like, I'm confused on why you need this info. Are you planning on litigating me in the near future? Nope, just for reference. Then sorry, but no. Anyway, this is an extremely long image we're not going to read.
Yeah, you don't. The rest of it's kind of not important.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they took down the online thing, so clearly they were trying to stay on the right side of legality, right? No one, I'm sure.
They were trying to avoid getting caught. Like,
yeah, I'm sure no one on the team wanted the lawsuit.
Nobody wanted to pay $2.4 million.
It's kind of. I wish that it went to trial because there would be another court case with that would give some precedent to copyright in terms of emulating.
Mhm.
You know, back in the day when Nintendo released the NES, they tried to make it so that you had to go through them to release a game for the system.
Mhm.
They were trying to avoid the shovelware of the Atari 2600. And some people made bootleg NES games, and they sued them. And it was determined that no, you're allowed to make bootleg NES games. So then when the Game Boy came out, they decided to try and hijack copyright law to get around the fact that there was this previous court case allowing companies to make games for their systems. So in the BIOS of the Game Boy, it looks for the logo in every single game that's released for the Game Boy. It as the boot thing. You know, when you turn the Game Boy on, the logo comes down and goes ding. That was built into the game as a checksum to make sure that it was a legal game. And Nintendo's theory was, well, if it's a bootleg game and they have that Nintendo logo, well, then they're at least trademark. Sorry, I said copyright earlier. I meant trademark.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So it's kind of like how for some reason stealing the intellectual property is still illegal, but for some reason companies go out of their way to make fake logos that don't technically say Aniplex, right? As a way of, for some reason, protecting themselves. I'm guessing that this in here is a fine, and this is jail time. I'm guessing. I don't know. Like it for whatever reason. It's fraud or something. Like at a certain degree, it ticks it above that level. That means like, nah, don't do it. Now there are 1-to-1 bootlegs. Just so we're clear, like the whole purpose of me doing the bootleg series is to eventually expose that shit, of which it is rampant, right?
So I use the term bootleg. In this context, the cool 2T is correct. I meant like third-party, unlicensed games, not necessarily bootlegging like an official game. That would be copyright infringement. These are people trying to make their own games.
So Nintendo is attempting to, in this scenario you're describing, Nintendo is attempting to gatekeep what is accessed on their platform, right?
Yes.
And so their thought process is, if you bootleg, literally take our logo and put it into your game to bypass the thing we put in there to stop you from being able to do it, we have grounds to say that you are committing fraud because you are making it look like we endorsed you by putting our logo in there. In reality, you're just trying to circumvent the fact that we forced you to put it in there in order to get in. But that's our check and balance to make sure that nothing gets by us.
Yeah, to be super technical, not fraud, trademark infringement. But anyway, yes, you get the idea.
Yeah.
However, someone sued, or they sued, whatever. It got to a court, and a court decided that actually, no, Nintendo does not get to use trademark law to circumvent the fact that people can make games for their systems.
Can I put in a request for next podcast? Can we get a Phoenix Wright objection body for you?
I don't know. I made this on the free version of Live 2D or whatever, so it's got a limited number of things I can actually do with it. But
how much does the paid version cost?
It's like $20 a month.
Oh fuck!
But you only need it for the creation of the model, and then you don't have to pay for it anymore. But
cool.
I don't know.
You heard him. Give us those donations.
So the court case was determined that because Nintendo was using the logo as a functional aspect of loading games into the system, trademark did not apply. So people were allowed to add the Nintendo logo to their games so that their game could run on Game Boy, even though it wasn't an official Nintendo game. Now, the reason I bring that up is because Nintendo's argument for why Yuzu isn't legally allowed, from my understanding, I haven't read the lawsuit, but I've just read the news stories. But my understanding is they say, like we read earlier, that there's no way to use Yuzu legally. The classic emulators would all just try and make a program that could run the game. But then eventually game developer system developers, platform developers got smart and they added in these encryption keys because the Digital Millennium Copyright Act says that you cannot circumvent the encryption of a software.
So the reason that they have legs in this lawsuit, whereas they haven't in previous ones, is because they're like, gotcha, encryption, de-encrypted, all right, bulletproof, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's also like the idea of fair use and all this shit. But it's never been litigated. And I think we brought it up earlier, or maybe it was, anyway. It's this idea of if it's never litigated, we never know, and therefore it will stop a certain amount of people from even attempting because there's the risk that potentially it could come down on them, right? So it was kind of in their benefit to not ever actually litigate it. But with their games leaking constantly, in their eyes, they're out millions of dollars because their biggest games are leaking a week or two early. They finally said, I guess it's time, and then they folded. So within a day, which is I mean I wouldn't want to be on the hook for the lawsuit, especially after the Gary Bowser thing. Although that was a little bit different. He was actually running a pirate website where they were actually giving away the games. Yuzu is just an emulator. But in order to use Yuzu, you have to get your encryption key from the system. And the idea was, well, if you get the encryption key yourself, and if Yuzu never supplies an encryption key, then that's fine because you are allowed to there's parts of the DMCA that allow you as a person to crack software that you own personally in order to archive it. So there's this idea that, well, you can...
That's what they were saying before. Like you can decompile your game yourself. You just can't download them.
Yeah. Well,
it's like buying a CD and ripping it onto your iTunes versus downloading the music.
Yeah, there's also the aspect of downloading the game, right? And dumping the game from an actual cartridge onto a system or onto a computer and then playing it. But then what the encryption thing, well, the games also have encryption, but the encryption key that you need is on your system. It's built into your system and you need to dump that from the system. And anyway, long story short, it would have been good for this to go to trial and Nintendo get smacked in the face by a good, although there's always risk that you get a bad trial judge and, bad law gets created, but it would have been good if they opened up the door a little bit, because the whole thing, from my point of view, had, like, Nintendo did not have standing to sue. But when Goliath walks up to David, you know, you have to have a strong leg to not run away.
So I just want to say real quick, Cool 2T. I need you to get wrenched. Ah, fuck, it didn't change. God damn it. Oh, yeah, it's the new comments. Also, Seb, you're getting wrenched as well. Get wrenched. Oh, wait. Oh, because I have to do a... There was a step ahead. Hold on, I'm going to do Cool 2T now. There's like a second level step. There you go. No, still didn't do it. Okay. Your next comment will be wrenched. That's all right. Yeah, I started to notice it all of a sudden. I don't know if that was always there, but I'm like, wait a minute. People who should be wrenched aren't. Also, with your new wrench, you can be a little bit more pompous in terms of like your status, but you don't do anything with it. Like, I don't censor anyone in the chat. All right, let's jump on to Right Stuff. Are we done?
There's nothing there.
That means
that was quick.
Yeah. I would love it if you guys wanted to talk for maybe 5 minutes so I can run to the bathroom.
I've been talking for the last 10 minutes.
I know, but I was here responding.
We can go through comments.
Yeah, please. I'll be right back. I'm gonna step out real quick so that my stream upload picks up too. I'll be back.
Okay.
I like this view the most.
Okay.
Oh, there's your backpack.
Capitalism. Yeah, I downloaded a backpack now.
We got show to Random 11 now.
Yeah, on my way to school. Wouldn't capitalism lead to a booming gaming industry? I mean, an unrestricted open market in theory would.
Yeah.
Assuming no one gets a monopoly.
The games have to be good though.
Yes, not giving the market what they want is why gaming is collapsing. Nobody wants to pay to be lectured to. That is correct. Someone pointed out Sweet Baby is actually cockroaches. I think we read that one. Forspoken is $5 bargain bin game because no one liked it. Yep. Lofty is a contrarian for attention. Yep, he is.
I just looked up Suicide Squad on Amazon. Like AAA games don't go down in price on Amazon like a month after release, right? Like it's $70 retail price and it's down to $49.99 right now.
Yeah, I mean it happens, but obviously if it's a bad game, right?
Like it hasn't been out for a month yet.
Yeah.
Or maybe just over a month now.
Retailer, it'll go lower for sure. It'll be $10 in a year. Retailers are destroying copies of Starfield rather than mark them down. Yeah, Walmart put them for like 3 cents or something, and then just said, "Fuck it, throw it out." I didn't realize Yuzu made Citra. I don't really give a shit about Yuzu because there's other Switch emulators, but Citra was a good it's 3DS, right? Is this why Nintendo added Denuvo to Switch so that they could have a case? Denuvo is a DRM for the video game. The encryption that they were talking about is the encryption in the actual system. I mean, Denuvo might use the key in its DRM scheme, but Denuvo is something separate. And even if they didn't have Denuvo in their video games, they still would have had the same legal argument. Yeah, with that.
seen bootleg logo of Aniplex just as anime. We showed that off on screen. It's a subscription to. You can't buy and own software unless you pirate. Are you talking about Live 2D? It is a subscription. It's stupid. In order to make this model, I was using Clip Studio Paint, and that has a subscription now, which is super annoying because subscriptions are stupid. But at least they still let you buy the old version, like a year behind. But I'll take a year old software that I own opposed to a yearly subscription to something I never owned. Nintendo sues devs out of existence if they are making money on their intellectual property. If they have a stand, like a leg to stand on, they'll try. That's for sure. Still no lawsuit for Pal World. I don't think we'll be seeing that lawsuit come. Pal World's also like disappeared, right? No one's talked about it in a while. Kind of feel bad, but maybe when they get some new content out, come back into the news cycle. Don't governments want to outlaw encryption for the plebes? How can they justify that without removing the yeah? The idea. I mean, the world's run by idiots. They want people not to have encryption, don't have AI. They want your ID to be online so that anytime you go on a website, you have to have a registered fucking ID to make a comment. Like, just hopefully these people never get actual power enough to pass their dumb laws that they're suggesting. Good for us, bad for you, so you never want to be. In this case, yeah, I mean, it's expensive, but I mean, they had $2.4 million to pay them. So, I mean, unless they're just going to, on paper, give them the 2.4 and then declare bankruptcy. I don't know. Now, if they did try and test the waters and go to court and then lose, we could see the same thing that happened to Vic, where as they're appealing up to try and get a more sympathetic judge, interest is accruing on whatever they owe, and then the damages just get bigger and bigger. But also, I guess, what is it worth for people to have emulators? If Nintendo wanted to just sue everyone, and knowing that they'll fold, and whether or not they get a payday or not, their goal is to at least shut down the software, then there is effectively a ban on emulators, even though there's legally no problem with it. It's just that, like what I was saying earlier, if it's never tested in court, like what we know now is legal for emulators, doesn't apply anymore because of the encryption thing, technically. But then there's also other technicalities that would say it's allowed. But that needs to be tested in court. And the longer it isn't tested in court, then the longer Nintendo can just arbitrarily sue people in hope that, they bully them out of the market. Seb got a wrench. The 11 in Random 11 is for your age.
No,
I'm 11. What's that? Grade 4? Or the 4th grade? Whatever you Americans say.
What is
Grade
my
5?
son in? I don't remember. Homeschooling makes it hard to keep track of that shit.
I'd say 11, maybe like 5 or 6.
No, not 6.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely not 6.
So,
I mean, maybe, but I don't think so.
thank you for stalling. When you go back through the footage, you are going to hear my stomach rumbling with there's like an anger behind it. Like, I don't know. It was not a happy time. But we're all better now. Researchers have developed a very big disk, TM, that can store up to 200 terabytes of data and may represent a return to optical media for long-term storage. So we went from VCD, DVD, BD, VBD. You can't keep a good disc down, it seems. So good news for those of you who want to keep that big old stack of burned DVD and CD backups taking up space in your attic. They may well be making a comeback. A team of researchers also appear to have also had a hard time letting the concept of spinning disk storage go, as they developed an optical disc with a massive capacity of well over a petabyte. Petabit? Well over a petabit of data. So a petabyte is 1,000 terabytes? Is that how that works?
I guess if it's the next one after terabyte, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. There's a difference between a petabit and a petabyte.
Yeah, yes. So a petabit is like 1/10 of that kind of thing?
1/8.
Is that 1/8? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Goddamn math. So a team of scientists. So the thing that blows my mind about this is, so they use pictures of like CDs and stuff, but if I'm not mistaken, DVD uses a red laser, right? And the red laser, a pedophile.
That's when the pedo bear gnaws on random.
No, I was just thinking like, that's where they keep their illicit images. They have a petabyte of data. All
child. Oh, is that no? It's called the pedophile.
That's where Your Name guy was saving all the pictures he got.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I was going to say though is that DVDs had a red laser, right? And the thing about Blu-ray, if I'm not butchering my memory on this, is that they found. Let me put it this way. This represents the laser for DVD. And this represents the laser for Blu-ray. Effectively, by using blue as the color, they were able to make the laser that much smaller. And by making the laser smaller and the receptor smaller and the pits and lands smaller, they're able to fit way more of them on a disc this size.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you get any smaller, right? Like, we're at the stage where it just doesn't seem possible to go any fucking smaller, right? So are these, like I was going to say, they have pictures of burned Blu-rays here. Well, are they going to be this size? A team of scientists and researchers at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology have managed to exponentially increase the capacity of an optical disc by making use of a 3D planar recording architecture. So I wonder if this is going to be about, it sounds like this is what they're doing. So back to our analogy. Here's your laser. Here is the substrate membrane of the polycarbonate, right? The laser hits, and depending on the pits or lands, returns either a like the laser hits what's effectively a mirror that bounces back into the optical receiver, right? And when it hits the lands, I think it misses the return. So that is translated into zeros and ones, right? Now, as you know, there are dual layer DVDs, right, that cause a stutter or a slight pause as they transition from one layer to the next at the end of some scenes. And what's happening there is basically like if you're looking through a screen or like a chain link fence, like, let's say you're watching a baseball game, and your eyes are able to see what's beyond the fence and basically ignore that the fence is there, versus, and you can switch the focus in your eyes to see the fence, or basically block it out of your vision entirely because you're looking through it rather than at it, right? That's effectively what's going on there. So when it transitions from a dual layer disc to the next layer, it's basically looking through that first layer and hitting the second layer instead, right? They just focus the laser the same way your eyes would focus effectively in order to hit the secondary layer. So it sounds like now they're like, why stop it too? Right? I think they've already had triple layer discs. They just not use that often, but
I'm thinking about if you ever tear apart a hard drive, there's an actual disc in there that's solid metal.
Disk drive. Yeah. Those are rewritable.
And we've got 3 coasters in the living room with those.
The FBI can never know what was on these.
But they're a lot heavier than your plastic.
I don't know why, but if you told me those are radioactive, I'd probably believe you. Just generally, maybe there's a reason you stopped aging at 14, Reese. Let's see. So essentially, the process involves stacking hundreds of data recording layers a mere 1 micrometer apart, all while keeping the overall thickness of the disc the same as a traditional DVD or Blu-ray. This much denser physical storage format makes use of 100 layers, which is said to result in a maximum capacity of 1.6 petabits, or roughly 200 terabytes of storage. That is a gigantic leap over even the most advanced quad-layer Blu-ray discs that currently top out at 128 gigabytes of data. It should come as no surprise that this solution is primarily being developed for enterprise storage. The researchers hope to reduce the space needed for a high-capacity data center down from a gigantic facility to a single room by switching over to an optical storage solution, which would not only make the centers themselves cheaper to build, but also cut down on the associated heat and energy issues that data facilities can currently struggle with. Another associated benefit would be the minimization of data migration. The disks are said to be highly stable, with an expected lifespan of 50 to 100 years. That's a huge leap over current data center HDD-based storage systems, which generally move data over to new devices every 5 to 10 years to avoid data loss from aging drives. And while enterprise usage appears to be the priority, researchers also say that home databases are a potential future use case. If you've got a stack of external hard drives backing up your precious holiday photos, videos, and documents, the team envisions a future where a home database might make use of the technology, storing a whole family's worth of aggregated data on a single familiar-looking disk. The downside, right? The downside, well, as things currently stand, the researchers have yet to develop a fast and affordable drive to read the disks. Although the new media could be made to be compatible with current optical disc technology in the future, I can't even fucking imagine. I'm trying to picture how a dual DVD even gets pressed. It has to master the first layer. They press it, and then they put another layer on top of it and press it again, right? Like that's the only way that makes sense, right? Fucking imagine how goddamn long it would take to press one fucking disc with 100 layers. I lost track of where I was on the thing. So I wouldn't go digging out that old DVD or Blu-ray drive just yet, unless you enjoy a heavy dose of pleasing technological nostalgia. Okay. A simpler time, wasn't it? The comforting whir of an optical drive, the press of a button revealing a hidden tray. Oh, the things we've lost. Although, if this research continues to develop, perhaps we're not far away from spinning discs making a return into our daily lives once more. So, imagine Discotek decides to just release every anime from the 90s on one disc. Like,
I saw when this was making the rounds on, and like when did like some, I don't remember, Mark Ferber or whatever, like put all of Lupin on one disc.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all of Ursa Yasser on one disc.
Yeah. It's like HD on VBD. Ooh. Yeah, so I was thinking the other thing you could do is just release it as everything that we released throughout the whole year on one disc, right? But God, that would be so fucking annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and imagine how much it would cost, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I was just about to say, like, how expensive would that be, though?
Yeah.
Like,
just to buy the individual ones, but you have to take that exponentially.
No, but it has to be. It has to be even more than that because they know that most people aren't actually going to buy it. So in order to justify that cost, they have to charge even more.
Yeah, but also you have to think about like how they explained like, you know, the amount of the manufacturing costs of making this thing.
All of Game of Thrones on one disc. All of One Piece on one disc. Right?
Oh, Jesus. all Dragon Ball.
Mm-hmm.
All Bleach. I don't know.
Adult Source Media presents every hentai from the last 20 years on one disc. All right, so if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, stealthweave.com is a great way to make sure that money goes directly into my pocket and doesn't help anybody else. But by funding me, you fund the spirit of the podcast. Also, there's ocapodcast.com/store. Look forward to some new merch in the near future, I hope. All right. In random merch news, you can recreate the Ghibli Museum at home in cute miniature form. I guess it's like papercraft.
That's pretty cool.
It's really cool until you realize you have to make it yourself. And then you're like, whoa, what? It comes with flocking? I don't know.
You have to cut these out with an X-Acto knife? Fuck
yeah,
that,
pretty
dude.
much, yeah. They are pretty cool, but no thanks.
Like, if you were confident in your crafting skills, then go for it, yeah.
Look,
But,
I don't
like,
care how good you are. You got to buy at least 10 of these just in case you fuck up. Right? Sell the rest on eBay, you know. You're going to fuck up at least 4. It's pretty cool, though. Except for this one that's super fucking flat. You're not fooling anyone. Anyway, such recognition. Official Doge meme dog manhole cover installed in Japan. Welcome to Sakura City, the hometown of Kabosu. Wow. Imagine. Yeah, Dogecoin is up 32% today. My crypto portfolio is out the fucking ass right now. We're gonna check again real quick.
You better sell quick and then rebuy.
I've gained $10,000 in the last month. Like,
We are not offering financial advice.
my financial advice to you is to fund the podcast. Fuck yeah.
You will not get anything in return for funding the podcast except a thank
Except for the podcast. Except for the goddamn podcast is what you'll get. All right? That thing you already get for free, except we'll smile more through it. Okay?
Hold on.
Give us a smile.
No. There we go. Yeah.
I was just saying, you need to make a variant with dollar signs in your eyes.
All right. So anyway, yeah. So Shiba coin should also go up because I got like 78 billion of them. That would be nice. I'd love that. Get to $1, please. Let me buy Twitter from Elon Musk. I'll do it right. Anyway, yeah. So I don't know what else to say other than apparently, when your only hometown hero is a fucking JPEG of a dog, you make it work. All right. Meanwhile, McDonald's begins a McDonald's anime promotion. So McDonald's has temporarily begun calling themselves WickDonald's as part of the new anime-themed promotion. McDonald's is the trademark-friendly way that the franchise is depicted in multiple anime franchises and first appeared in Crayon Shin-Chan back in 1981. Since then, the McDonald's logo has been spotted in various series ranging from the 1980s hit City Hunter to the more recent Otaku Elf.
I didn't realize Shin-Chan was that old.
Right? The promotion includes new packaging, manga pages printed on paper bags, and a cast of original characters developed for marketing. Hopefully, this promotion won't ruin the meme by allowing McDonald's to possibly trademark the inverted logo, a fear shared by some Twitter users. They're thinking like, fuck no, now they can't use McDonald's because McDonald's is using it.
To go back with using McDonald's.
So just in case it wasn't clear, because they didn't really make it obvious, yes, it's an actual anime. I mean, it's a short, but by Studio Pierrot. So Studio Pierrot has animated a bunch of like little short like commercial bits for it. Now, in other recent McDonald's in Japan things, you remember that there was the really wholesome, cute anime family eating the French fries with their daughter. Can I get a baby
that was right-wing propaganda, apparently.
Well, Mom's Drooly Own a Hole, based on Mom from Japanese McDonald's family ad. Yeah, so she's ready to take your order. Welcome to Jizz Burgers.
Damn.
Wow. Enjoy an incredible hefty blowjob from our employee of the month.
How did she get that position?
Her throat is getting tighter the deeper you push. The insides of her mouth have been created with ultimate realism in mind. The penetrating type. What? Adjust and enjoy a mind-blowing suction to your liking. Fill me up. My next shift is starting soon.
Get the immersive experience and lube up with ketchup and mustard.
No.
Oh.
Let her tongue be all over your wang. Her teeth are adding a crazy level of realism.
Yeah, like if you go too hard, you'd be like, ow, fuck, shit.
The inside of her throat has been designed with the...
I found it.
Anyway, yeah, so that's the thing. I'm not going to scroll any further. And we're going to take me off screen for a minute so I can ensure that... Fantastic.
Objection.
All right, keep me off screen.
You're not pointing at the baby.
Oh, it is on. Okay, never mind. Cool, we're good. All right. All right,
Just
can we
short
go?
of sticking your finger up the baby's ass.
Can we go back? All right. Cops were called to a Willy Wonka experience as crying children realize AI ads were lies. The real crime of AI. So this is what they promoted. Come to the Willy Wonka experience. This is what people were met with. I think they spent a whole $10 on this venue. Come to my wonderful land of what do you call it? Public domain, right? What was it? VidCon where they had the ball pit? I think this might take the cake.
Hey, wait, hold on.
DashCon.
DashCon. Enshrining entertainment.
Okay.
Wow.
A
fucking
TV.
Wow.
But they have Charlie and the Chocolate Factory on it. Oh, jeez.
Fucking funny though. Okay. I want to actually read this one. I'm going to try to read it quickly. Please called after AI. I just love that they I just love that they actually called the cops. We were told to hand the kids a couple of jelly beans and a quarter cup of lemonade at the end. An event described as the Willy Wonka experience in Scotland descended into chaos after furious parents called the cops, telling organizers they'd been duped. The organizer behind the event, a company called House of Illuminati, yes, that's its actual name, used what clearly seemed to be AI-generated images on its website to lure families into shelling out $44 a ticket.
Oh my god. Wow.
Per The Guardian, the immersive experience was allegedly based on Wonka, a recent blockbuster starring Timothy Chalamet. But perhaps unsurprisingly, the actual event didn't manage to get anywhere near the fantastical landscapes dreamed up by an AI image generator in marketing materials. In reality, photos show a depressing warehouse sparsely populated by cheap-looking, larger-than-life objects, as well as folding tables and benches. It's a particularly glaring example of AI technology being used to mislead people. More and more companies are making use of image generators to take care of their marketing. Efforts that not only threaten the livelihoods of human artists, but can also easily land companies in hot water. As the Guardian reported, children were left in tears upon showing up at the Willy Wonka event, with angry parents gathering in a Facebook group called House of Illuminati Scam to vent their frustrations. Oh, fuck. There's footage.
Not crying children.
Oh,
yes.
my God. Oh, yes. Holy fuck. Okay. Please, don't let me down. No music.
Yes, you should. Oh my God. What is that? It's the Ender.
Kid starts crying. $44. My heart sank, Paul Connell, an actor who had been hired by House of Illuminati to perform at the event, told STV News. It wasn't even like fear. I just felt sad because I was aware of how many kids were going to be coming through. And like just looking around the place and just being like, this is terrible. Like, you know, we were told to hand the kids like a cup full of jelly beans and a quarter cup of lemonade at the end. $44, you don't even get a full cup. Like, the company made some sky-high promises to lure in customers. It was basically advertised as this big, massive Willy Wonka experience with optical illusions and big chocolate fountains and sweets. 19-year-old Ava Stewart, who attended the event with some friends, told the BBC, but when we got there, it was practically an abandoned, empty warehouse with hardly anything in it. The use of AI in the company's marketing materials is pretty unmistakable. From disjointed and mysteriously misshapen figures to outright misspelled words, all telltale signs of AI-powered image generators. Another glaring image featured on the company's website is littered with bizarre misspellings, promising Vivu sounds in Ungiravel and Uxkapakatwits. That wouldn't even be that hard to fix. Like, come on. The company's event page is also filled with suspicious punctuation and meaningless copy, suggesting an AI text generator may have been also put to use. This space invites you on a surreal journey where the boundaries between reality and fantasy harmoniously emerge, resulting in an enchanting and visual striking encounter. House of Illuminati Ltd. is a company registered in London, UK, and was incorporated on November 20th, 2023. On its website, the company advertises a number of other experiences, from techno-mythical shows to enchanted retreats, all of which are accompanied by more AI-generated images. From avant-garde performances to grand interactive galas, each event is a meticulously crafted adventure, designed to evoke wonder and inspire the imagination. Wow, it's just fucking terrible. Following outrage over its disastrous event, the company tried to calm furious parents with a half-baked apology. Today has been a very stressful and frustrating day for many, and for that we are truly sorry. The company wrote in a since-deleted Facebook post, "Unfortunately, last minute, we were let down in many areas of our event and tried our best to continue on and push through, and now realize we probably should have canceled the first thing this morning instead." The company has since posted an iPhone screenshot of its Facebook account in an apparent attempt to prove that it had issued hundreds of refunds. But the damage has already been done. It's one thing to cheap out by resorting to AI image generators for your Facebook marketing, but another to make children cry. I don't know. I thought it was funny. 10 out of 10.
I heard the actors didn't get paid.
They did it for exposure. Truly amazing. All right. Let's screen share again without audio. I'm going to skip this for now. I already skipped one, so just a heads up. Scientists grow world's first artificial testicles in a lab in a potential breakthrough. Nice. Can't wait to hear this story. So scientists have announced that they have grown artificial testicles in a dish, a development that they claim could help treat infertility in men. Yeah, you mean... By men, do you mean trans men? These lab-grown testicles are not yet fully functioning sperm-producing organs, but they do share many of the same structures and genetic characteristics as natural ones. Like they hurt like hell when you kick them? This will allow scientists to investigate fertility problems in men and possibly treat them by producing artificial sperm. Imagine growing a baby with artificial sperm, and it comes out black. No.
Oh no! You cheated on me! No!
Can you fucking imagine? Can you goddamn imagine coming up with that? Like yeah, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I looked over and got distracted by what Random 11 is attempting to do. Anyway, additionally, the scientist who led the work told DailyMail.com she believes these artificial testicles can be used to study the effects of different toxins on testicle function. Increasingly, honestly, there are a bunch of Japanese prisoners who are probably going to die in the next decade or whatever.
They
and
don't
you might
need
as
the
well
testicles anymore.
you might as well just test on them. They'd love a person to give their testicles some attention in solitary confinement. Increasingly, research has suggested that environmental pollutants in everything from food to children's toys impact male fertility, and many believe the rise of these chemicals is partly fueling America's fertility problem. I love the fact that our solution to our fertility problem is to make fake testicles instead of addressing the environmental pollutants in everything from food to children's toys. It's too much work. Just grow fake testicles. Down the line, the technique used to grow these artificial testicles could help survivors of childhood cancers have children of their own if chemotherapy leaves them infertile. I just like the idea that they get these people like, congratulations, you're the first cancer survivor to have a child. What do you have to say for yourself? Right? And they're like, oh, I'm so thrilled.
Not even mine.
Right? Then the baby comes out and it looks like it was a Chernobyl baby.
Oof.
Yeah. We plan to create human testes or organoids and explore whether a sperm can be generated here. Look, the only question that needs to be answered is, can you bust a nut for a full hour? Like, artificial sperm cells would presumably have faithful copies of a man's DNA because they would be grown from his own stem cells. Promise you what this is going to actually be is a version of your DNA that has the mRNA shit already put in it, right? Like, fertility problems affect 10 to 15% of men, and male infertility plays at least a partial role in half of all cases of couples who fail to conceive. But it is difficult for scientists to study the reason behind male infertility, as there is currently no laboratory model for studying the testicles. Damn, that does make it difficult. That is where these testes organoids come in. Miniature 3D models of testicles that can be used to study the real thing. In the past, scientists have had to rely on data gathered from testes from people who have died, which does not offer the same insight as these organoids, which are not alive, but which are continually growing as if they were alive. I just like this sound. It seems to me the machines behind AI, right? Like the machines that are writing our woke future and stuff are now going to have the ability to have woke children, right?
You're gonna have you're white. Your wife's white. You can have a black.
No, exactly. That's exactly my point. So Gemini AI thinks George Washington was black, right? Well, guess what? Your kids, Mr. White Man, they're black now. You know.
There haven't been enough Hispanic babies born. Congratulations, he's next.
Right. In the past, scientists have had to rely on data from people who are the artificial testicles in this study started as a stem cell samples taken from newborn or embryo mouse testes. Stem cells have the potential to develop into any of the body's many cell types, including brain, muscle, skin, and testicles. Oh, glad testicles was on there. Can you imagine if it wasn't? To grow the testicles. So look, nobody cares about the testicle thing. What about the dick extension technology? I'm 2 inches artificial, but the rest is on me, babe. To grow the testicles, Gonen's team placed these stem cells samples in laboratory dishes and coaxed them to develop into the different types of cells that make up mouse testicles. There they grew for several weeks, and scientists periodically examined them to see whether they were looking like naturally grown mouse testicles. honestly, none of these images resemble testicles to me. So I think you fucked up.
I would hate to have
especially this radioactive one here.
I would hate to have the judges look at mouse balls all day.
Mm-hmm. The result is not testicles exactly, but rather structures called testicle organoids, meaning small versions of the organs that contain the same types of cells as the original and behave similarly. Honestly, that looks like a face hugger being formed for fucking Alien. They're x-raying the egg right now. Organoids look a lot like organs in the embryonic stage of development, Conan said. After 8 or more weeks, the testicle organoids showed signs that they were entering meiosis. Meiosis? I don't know. The stage of the stage in the life cycle of tests where they produce sperm cells. Nice. Puberty, right? Testicles are made up of a number of different cell types that serve multiple functions, including producing sperm and giving off hormones. Crucially, they found that testes organoids could be grown from newborn or embryonic mice, but not from adults. I like the fact that they're bothering to even do the mice. It's like, look, you can study the mice. Like, you don't need to wait for them to die. Like, that's not what we're doing with, like, the way we are with people, you know? Like, examining the testes organoids, Conan and her team observed that they contain some of the essential structures for normal testicular function: tubules, germ cells, and Sertoli cells. Wow. Didn't know that the Italians were contributed to the study of testicles. The tubules carry sperm, the germ cells produce the sperm cells, and the Sertoli cells help form the tubules. All of these were present in the testes organoids. The study appeared in the International Journal of Biological Sciences. We still cannot say for sure if our organoids allow full sperm production in the dish. Fuck. But
At least they're not growing it in the sack.
Yeah, it's like, but when we accidentally knocked on the table and stepped on it, it did look a little, a little juicy. We still cannot say for sure if our organoids allow for full sperm production. Can you imagine just randomly, like, what do you think would happen if we impregnated a mouse? Like, just, what do you think would happen? Like, who would it look like? It's like a mouse comes out black.
Objection.
I wasn't expecting that. Wow, you look real black face right now with your mouth open.
Objection.
Your head's kind of small.
He had to hide his shoulders. All right. So anyway, we can't say for sure if they're going to allow full sperm production in the dish, but we saw signs that the germ cells in the organoids we generate are entering meiosis. Meiosis is the process by which sperm have their DNA in preparation for fertilizing an egg. We are working now to better understand if we manage to produce sperm. What's that meme from from Invincible? Look at the lengths they have to go to mimic a fraction of our power. Like, you don't think you can make sperm, huh? The team is now working to figure out whether these organisms can actually produce sperm cells and whether they can produce sex hormones like testosterone. They also plan to see whether they can grow similar artificial testicles from biopsies taken from prepubescent boys who are about to undergo chemotherapy. Oh, okay. They're going to biopsy for the stem cell. I was reading that as like biopsies taken from pre. I thought this was going to go a different way. Who have undergone transition. Like, they're going to take their testicles just in case. Conan said her and her team also want to grow fully artificial testes from stem cells, not just from testicle cells. just in case you want to grow them somewhere else. Like, I don't know. Very strange. Any thoughts? Have we entered the beginning of the Matrix, where they grow humans and instead of letting us do it naturally?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
Yeah, because it's like you're not even allowed to have you're not even allowed to enjoy sexual intercourse anymore. Like, we have to make it such a big ridiculous thing that it's fucked up. Anyway, man has his penis bitten off and eaten by his pet dog. Horror as man is found with genitals missing after neighbors investigate non-stop dog barking.
Well, he needs those mice.
Mm-hmm. Yes, except that the dog ate his penis, not his testicles. Here's the problem, though. Hello, Reese. That is the face of a cock gobbler.
Oh, no.
A man suffered a horrifying ordeal in Germany this week when his pet dog, about the size of a Jack Russell, bit off his penis and ate it. Neighbors alerted the police early on Tuesday morning on account of the dog's incessant barking coming from the man's home at around 2 a.m. Upon arriving at the property, a single-family home in Herne, northwest Germany, the first responders heard pained groans coming from inside. At this point, they broke down the door to find a 66-year-old man and his dog. Police quickly realized the man's life was in danger, and he was rushed to a hospital. According to the German tabloid Bild, neither the man's penis or an instrument of the crime has been recovered from the scene so far. You get one drop of diarrhea in there, and the penis is ruined. The victim has also been unable to provide information himself due to his health. According to officials, the most likely hypothesis being considered is that the dog was the cause of the man's injuries. First Police Chief Inspector Frank Lamanis told Bild that the man was put into an artificial coma. Fucking unbelievable. Can you imagine? Like, just to keep him from going into shock when he finds out his dick is gone, let's just put him in a coma. Like, only one hypothesis, of course, is that the dog, which is about the size of a Jack Russell Terrier, bit off the penis and ate it. The wound could also be a bite wound. But it's also possible a sex accident or a crime. All right. What kind of sex accident?
No. Not the professor.
What?
Not the professor.
The one from
Tootsie,
Stanford or whatever?
Yeah, the Tootsie Pop professor. Was the dog acting in self-defense?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, what kind of sex accident would cause your dick to disappear? Like a Chinese finger trap that you got like you were super high and you had your dick in a Chinese finger trap and you started to freak out and you just yanked it off. Right? That's the sex accident, right? Although the incident occurred on Monday night, police are going public with the sensitive case now in an appeal for witnesses. Did anybody see what happened to this man's dick? Please, we're looking for clues. This crime must be
More importantly, did anybody see what happened at like 2 a.m. when he lived alone?
Yeah, could we just ask, like, maybe to look in the dog's stool, right? Like, Although the incident occurred on Monday night, police are going public with the sensitive. They're looking for witnesses. Bild reported that a murder squad has picked up the case in order to clear up the crime, which has so far been completely open. Should the police chief's hypothesis be correct, it would not be the first time such an incident has been reported. In 2012, a German outlet reported that a 61-year-old Austrian man was attacked by a loose dog which also bit his genitals. The man had been working on his bike when he was attacked. He was also rushed to the hospital where, after an operation that lasted several hours, surgeons were able to save the man's genitals. The dog and his owner were never found. Wow. Fucking unbelievable. What a time to be alive that your dick could get put back on with stem cells, right? Am I right? All right. Take a good look. Man, alive.
That doesn't look like a Chinese boy.
Man, 43, left in excruciating pain. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions, after shoving a toothbrush into his penis, which then snapped during sex.
Is he having sex with a woman?
Yeah, you're so dirty, I'm going to scrub you from the inside.
Oh, good Lord.
Dear Lord.
Hey, baby, I got a new brush attachment.
Oh, good. I'm so happy. Because there wasn't enough content for the Sun to write about this, plus all the sex positions that put you most at risk of a broken penis. Let's take me off screen for a minute, just so I can. I didn't. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh no. All right, there's nothing I can't show. Yikes. Okay, there you go. A man was left in agony after shoving a toothbrush up his penis, which later snapped during sex. I just like to point out that this podcast these articles are competing for the most SpongeBob article. Doc said the 43-year-old, who has not been named, was having sex with a woman who was on top. And a horrifying accident happened.
It's a miracle she didn't get stabbed.
Someone tells me he got stabbed. Why is it shaped like this, by the way? Like, what is this his balls?
Doc, I'm in agony. Don't worry. We gotta get this x-ray. Doc, just pull it. I know we need the x-ray. Hold still.
Buddy, I need a selfie with this. Like,
I gotta post this on the internet first.
Did his whole penis break off too? I like how he's in so much fucking pain that he's like hunched over in the x-ray. Like, when asked how the toothbrush made its way into his penis, the unnamed Indonesian man. Who is this fucker? How could you do him dirty like that?
What is this, a doctor or something?
I think this is the reporter. No, Isabel. That's probably not an Isabel. He's talking about how penises get broken.
His eyes are dead inside.
Yeah.
He's experienced.
Wow. He just said it can happen after vigorous intercourse or masturbation. I'm just thinking, like, I wonder which one it happens with more. Like, fuck, man. The unnamed Indonesian man said it was pushed up there for sexual satisfaction. The practice of surgically inserting objects under the foreskin, also known as genital beading, is more common in certain parts of the world, including parts of Asia. Surgically inserting them We're going to justify it by using the word surgically now. Some decide to undergo the procedure to make their penises appear more structured and to please their partners in the bedroom. Why a toothbrush, though? Like, when revealing more details of his do-it-yourself surgery, medics were told the man had been shoving brushes up his penis through a small incision.
Ow! Ow!
Did he widen the hole?
An incision where?
On the edge of the hole, I would assume.
You meant to use
Otherwise, like, you're going
that would
through.
be different.
Look, you've got a perfectly good urethra. Are you funneling it through the Abugenia or whatever the fuck it's called? The monkey? Are we doing it through there?
I think we've had enough of this article.
There are some cultures in like the Aboriginals or whatever that like they found that there's like the testicles produce the sperm. It actually goes back towards your taint before coming through your front hole. They have discovered, these Aboriginals, that if you create an incision on your taint, right where that like tubing goes, that when you bust, it will bust out the bottom of you and not into. It was like a form of birth control the Aborigines used, right? And so basically, by plugging the hole with your finger, nice, you can redirect it the correct way through the end, right? That was like how they did it. So I'm thinking to myself, like, maybe he's shoving it through the taint, right? Like maybe he's figured out a way to go. None of this sounds appealing at all. Like, but I'm just thinking about the article you read about cultures of the smallest penises, and I'm thinking, oh fuck, life is hard in Asia. Shit, man. This is what it takes. This is what it takes to keep your women. Oh my god. No wonder the Japanese invented like all those like dildos with like the rotating and vibrating and like drill bits and holy hell.
Next time on the podcast, and then YouTube man shows an entire quarter-inch drill bit in his dick.
Like, fuck. It just seems like there's an easier way, you know? Oh my god. Anyway, some decide to undergo the procedure to make their penises appear more structured and to please their partners in the bedroom. It's because they got those 180 degree turns. When revealing more details of his DIY surgery, medics were told the man had been shoving brushes up his penis through a small incision since 2017. They said the man had waited 12 long hours before seeking medical attention for his penis, which he said had curved, was painful and very swollen. Yeah, I'll fucking say, oh my god. Ah. He's like, don't worry, baby, it'll go back down. It's like 12 hours later. All right, I think we should go to the hospital. Examination. Doctors from the Soetomo General Academic Hospital in East Java decided he had an eggplant deformity. Oh, that emoji has a whole new meaning. Fracture. They were forced to perform a 2-hour operation to repair his broken penis and dislodge the toothbrush. Writing in the International Journal of Surgery case reports, they said, quote, the patient sustained a penile injury during sexual intercourse in the woman on top position the night before. Wow. Wow. Oh, there's more. What is a penile fracture? At what position are you most at risk? Penile fracture is rupture of either one or both of the tunica albuginea, the membranes that cover the penis's erectile tissue. It is caused by rapid blunt force to an erect penis. Damn it. Randy, don't do it!
I'm just waiting for him to have it.
I'm waiting for it to snap.
I'm just waiting for him to slowly bring it back down off screen.
Oh, I can't wait to get all of the local recordings. So it is caused by rapid blunt force to an erect penis. This typically occurs during vaginal intercourse or aggressive masturbation. What about anal? You heard it here first, folks. If you don't want your man's penis to break, you gotta let him stick it in your butt. Right? If you feel any pain after sex, it is always important to visit a doctor. In many cases, patients will leave their injuries untreated because of embarrassment. But you definitely shouldn't if you want to overcome the problem. Look, man, all I'm saying is if you're not sore after sex, you're doing it wrong. For more information, visit the NHS website. Experts say the most dangerous sex positions for penile fractures include doggy style, missionary, cowgirl, reverse cowgirl. It should just say, experts say the most dangerous sex positions for penile fractures include all of them. What's left? Like, you're telling me the pile driver is less likely to, like, doggy style, missionary. It's like, what else? No. Blowjobs are okay. 69 still allowed.
Brush your teeth, brush your teeth, brush your goddamn teeth.
We're making content for children now. Medics said the man was discharged 3 days after surgery with no issues. He returned for a follow-up appointment 1 month later where doctors noticed the deformity had disappeared. Oh, good for him. At this stage, he was also able to stick more in his penis, surpass urine, and claimed not to have any long-lasting issues in the bedroom. Penile fracture, the expert said, mostly occurs during vigorous sex. The penis comes out of the vagina before being thrust too forcefully into the pubic bone or perineum between the vagina and anus. I understand the pubic bone. I do. But if you're losing the battle between your penis and the perineum, you deserve to break your penis. Like, that's on you, buddy. A small number of men have snapped their penis during masturbation or by falling out of bed with an erection. The key three features are hearing a snapping sound, swelling, and bruising. Sexologist Dr. Boyke Diane Nugraha said that while some go to extreme lengths to enlarge their penis, these methods are not effective. People inject silicone, insert horsehair, stones, and beads into their penises, but they're just ploys to increase men's self-esteem that serve no actual function. Nice. You finish? Did you get that toothpaste on your head there?
The nightcap. Come on. What are you talking about?
I look like a wrapped up towel.
All right.
It looks like you just jumped out of the shower.
Oh, let's read some chats. You can also use multiple colors to make layers. Yeah, I guess you could. Referring to the disc. Lol, imagine needing a stack of HDD for photos, right? If they ban internet porn, you can get the whole catalog on disc. Did y'all happen to cover Octopath Traveler being delisted from the eShop? No.
They did say that it was going to get put back on the eShop.
Yeah, I think the reasoning for it is that they're about to release like a next-gen console port or something like that. I don't know what this is in reference to. Don Wick.
McDonald's.
But okay. I did see a post on Reddit that was a screenshot of a tweet that said, all fight scenes are now sex scenes. What movie are you watching first? The top comment was John Wick. The first reply was, they definitely shouldn't have fucked his dog. Ronald McDonald's JoJo stand is the ice cream machine, but sadly the damn thing never seems to work out properly for him. That's pretty funny. Oh no, where's the baby when you need him? Got to go, been real. Oh man, you're gonna miss the real SpongeBob. All right, so let's ruin everybody's night. Let's talk about the 37-year-old pedophile named Rehan Baig, who was jailed for raping chickens to death while his wife filmed it. Oh no.
How am I supposed to respond to something like that?
It's a lot to take in.
Cockception?
Yeah, cockception. You thought things were bad in Asia. Well, in India. Oh my God. Okay, so his wife Halima had previously also engaged in sex with a dog and possessed images of the same. They were also in possession of almost 49 indecent images and videos of children being abused, including 11 which were extremely depraved and some featuring children as young as 6. Wow. So I'm just wondering when we get to cover the Ona hole that's chicken shaped. Like, you failed this man.
I think it's called a rubber chicken.
In a repulsive act of bestiality, a 37-year-old man named Rehan Baig was convicted of raping his pet chickens while his wife filmed the depraved act. I don't think I'd want to eat Thanksgiving dinner at this guy's house. The Bradford Crown Court in the UK.
Stuffing to a new meaning, huh?
Yeah. Stuffed manually. What does that mean? The Bradford Crown Court in the UK, while sentencing the convict to 3 years. 3 fucking years? Look. This right here is the only argument you need to justify the death penalty. Like, that's the only one. Fucking cucks in the UK. 3 goddamn years.
There are starving children in Africa who could have eaten that chicken.
How did I fucking lose the 3? Oh, 3. Oh, yeah, because they didn't use the letter 3. Convicted of 3-year imprisonment, described Baig as, quote, depraved, despicable, and perverted for executing an act which would make any right-thinking member of a society sick to their stomach. The court had spared Rehan Baig's wife, Halima Baig, from jail term, though she admitted in the court to aiding and abetting the cruel act of her husband. The court let her go after it learned that the woman had suffered abuse at the hands of her husband. She has instead been handed a 6-month suspended sentence. Baig had allegedly abused the chickens in the basement of the house, which he shared with his wife Halima. The 38-year-old woman who allegedly captured the act also featured in footage of the abuse. The court was told that the man's wife had joined him in the videos, and at one point, Rehan alternated between having sex with his wife and the chickens. That's the abuse. Look.
Hope he was swapping condoms between sessions.
I was just going to say.
This is how we get AIDS.
I'm sure that every member of the audience will use this information at some point in your young Chad life. But just so you know, if you're ever in a threesome, women do not like other women's juice in their front holes. So they will insist you swap the condom. And I imagine this woman, can you get, like, what do you call that? Salmonella of the vagina? Okay. Rehan's wife had reportedly captured the depraved act using a GoPro camera. Wow. Should have just put the fucking mount on himself, and saved it in a folder named Family Vids. The wife had also admitted that the depraved acts were done multiple times with different colored chickens. No! Hate crime! The two chickens who were sexually assaulted later died. Wow. In one video, Baig even had sex with the dead animal before stuffing it into a black bin bag. According to reports, the couple had previously also engaged in sex with the dog and possessed images of the same. They were also in possession of almost 49 in... Why would you say it that way? Almost 49. What does that mean? What does almost... I mean, if you said almost 50, I'd understand. What does almost 49 mean?
48?
They were also in possession of almost 49 indecent images and videos of children being abused, including 11 which were extremely depraved, and some featuring children as young as 6. They gave her a 6-month suspended sentence. Like, what the fuck? The matter came to light after the couple's home in Great Horton in Bradford, West Yorkshire, was raided by National Crime Agency on July 9th, 2019, after a complaint that Rehan possessed images of sexual abuse of children. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how did they get caught? Like, were they posting this on the hub? After the raid, the police seized 2 computer towers, a laptop, a mobile phone, and recovered child sexual abuse material from the gadgets. According to prosecutor Abigail Langford, several videos were found in Rehan Baig's gadgets in which he was found to be having penetrative sexual intercourse with defenseless animals. Wow. I kind of wish we had stopped with the toothbrush article.
3 years? 3 years for all that. What did Verona Kenshin guy get?
It's like a $2,000 fine.
Yeah.
Why are, like, the related articles are just about men whose name is also Baig? Like, Roshan Baig.
Are you also looking for men fuck chicken?
Naeem Baig. Mozambique. Anyway, so it is currently 12 o'clock, which is a really good time to go to bed. I know for you guys it's later, and Random 11 has been up for, oh my god, no!
What the fuck's going on over there?
They're taking a revenge, but on a Random 11.
Yeah. This is, oh fuck, man. I wish we had set up a clip of in Zelda when you slash the cuckoos and they come attacking you.
Randy sure likes his cock harem.
Go away, chicken.
Arise, chicken. Chicken, arise. Oh wow!
I like
Okay.
how it's in. I like
I
how
like
that
it's in the
one's in the
spotlight. Yeah.
spotlight.
I'm pretty sure that's like from the image
Oh,
you cut out. But yeah, it does look like a spotlight. All right.
The way the lights
So this
going
was
on.
this was a spectacular podcast. I wish I could say that Random 11 was the first VTuber on stream, but alas, Fundum beat you to it. And then for some reason, Augie,
No, he's the first black VTuber.
Yes. Augie, for some reason, thought that it was him, that because Augie missed that show, that the VTuber was us putting Augie back in. He's like, my eyes aren't this color. It's like, fuck you, that's Fundum. What the hell, man? Show me you didn't watch the podcast, but without telling me. All right. Anyway,
You should put an Ongoloy and then called it good.
Yeah, that's right. We have 2 VTubers. I forgot. three, including Randy. Anyway, yeah. So, Reese, is it St. Patrick's Day on this weekend or next weekend?
I think it's next.
All of March. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. So
March
apparently
17th.
we needed to get Fundum for that podcast. We need to get Fundum to make us an intro that has bagpipes. There you go. Anyway, good night, everyone. Oh, all right.
Good night.
Yeah, I want to get some rest. Next podcast will be better. I'm gonna get some rest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be so well rested. Even though every night for the last couple of nights I've played PS5 until like 2 a.m. But let's play the outro. That's the new outro. Good night. Don't rape chickens.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. May they not involve
Toothbrushes.
Yes. Remember, everyone, the only safe sex is 69. Good